Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, February 6, February 6, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, how are you doing? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. We've got a lot of really important transits that are coming up in the next few days and weeks, and I want to talk about them. I want to address them now so that when they come, we're effectively ready for them. And I want to describe it like this. I'm going to walk you guys through like the last 3 moon phases that we experienced, because I would not be surprised if you articulate to me that recent moon, like that recent new moon energy that we experienced prior to the full moon that we just navigated, may have really felt like it got you like worth in upon things, or making you feel a lot like things that effectively grated upon the self. Because especially when we often see the moon that is navigating or in the same sign as the house itself by which we're experiencing that moon energy, it can feel a lot like an eclipse. So that was a new moon that felt very, very intense. And in that way, this most recent full moon that we experienced may have felt like something that was helping one build up one's own sense of strength, right? A lot of the work that we energetically see or we're navigating right now, specifically coming out of a full moon in Leo and Aquarius season, and I like to describe this. It's working on the energetic stabilization in terms of in relationality to the things that we think, or the way that the approaches that we take to things. And what's nice about that, and I feel like there's 3 words that we can effectively navigate or recognize as we're moving out of this full moon energy, right? Safe, stable, rational, right? The ability of understanding, the stabilizing thought is often one that feels like it provides the healthy context of energetic grounding. So what we're effectively identifying or working through right now is, in a way, like having a little bit of that easement point, being able to understand the gift of vulnerability that allows us to be able to find strength, but not just in the space by which we hold something in a way that feels like it creates a distortion, right? It's a conversation that talks to us about the fact that our stability is found by being able to recognize and identify and hold close to us what we feel most vulnerable about. Now, that's why I'm saying all of this, bringing us into that energy that we've got coming up right now, because I just want to let you guys know, if you're not aware of it, we have a new moon. We have a new moon that's coming up, and it's a new moon in Pisces. But it's not just the fact that it's a new moon in Pisces, it's the fact that we're going to have a new moon in Pisces that is kicking off eclipse season. And what is happening a few days before we navigate that new moon in Pisces energy? Saturn is moving back into Aries. So I want to describe a little bit of the energy that you're feeling right now. And I'm going to point this out. We always have to be conscientious about this as we start moving into Aries. And we're going to talk about it because it has to do with temperamentality. Now, the nice thing about it is when we feel energetically fortified, we have control of our temper. And what does that mean when we have control of our temper? It doesn't mean that there aren't things that upset us, right? It's understanding and recognizing the force of intention by which we are energetically bothered about things, right? And one of the ways, how do we effectively fortify our own temper? Through the act of conversation, right? That is how we effectively test our own temperament, because the modality, it's not just the space, and you've probably experienced people like this. The modality by which we effectively feel something, and we feel so energetically overwhelmed that we can't even communicate, right? That often can show the fact that we feel egoically triggered, rather than the modality of being able to put words towards what it is that we hold energetically dear. And this is the hard part, and we're going to kind of go through this as we're getting closer, or we're moving closer to that Saturn and Aries, right? It's being able to tell the difference between those that are effectively led by the emotions. And the problem about it, and this is what you have to be so conscientious about, emotions, our emotions are the ego's first defense, right? And we always have to be very conscientious when we're energetically emotional, but we're not able to effectively articulate or define why, because that is often the indication of feeling energetically triggered, right? Rather than speaking from modalities or points of passion, right? The modality of feeling frustration, but being able to articulate and define what it is that we energetically care about. And so we're going to see a lot of this as we're getting closer to that full moon, that new, it's a new moon, but it's going to feel a lot like a full moon in Pisces, right? Because it's working into the context of the strength it takes to carry strong emotions, right? And this is why we talk about the value or the significance and importance of emotional intelligence, because our emotional intelligence is equivalent to how much care and consideration we put into our thought. So this is effectively going to be, and I'm bringing this up right now, because it's probably, if you're already feeling, and I just want to stress this, if you're already feeling a little energetically irate, right? If you're already starting to feel like things are grating on you just a little bit more than they typically would, right? That's possibly and potentially has something to do with the fact that we've got Neptune moving into Aries, right? So make sure you're navigating it that with a sense of proportionality. And I also want to stress right now, we've got a lot of planets in Aquarius as well during Aquarius season. That can often create modalities by which we feel like there's a lot happening all at once, right? And we were kind of expecting this, right? We're kind of expecting this coming out of all of that retrograde energy. I told you, once Uranus came out of retrograde, like, be ready for a lot of that go, 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 go type of energy, because now the only planet that we see is in retrograde is Jupiter, which is, again, still working through the fact that that may be talking towards situations or circumstances by which we feel a lot of energetic sensitivity. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you are on relationship cycles. And we're going to talk first about the energy that we find that is in solitude, and specifically that energy that we find in solitude right now are particularly, and I'm defining these as the world relationships. And the reason that we're articulating or speaking to them towards world relationships right now is these are relationships that started to come together between the most recent Capricorn new moon cycle, right? So that was what we experienced in January. And that's been happening from now until the time of that experience. What have we been seeing that is defining a lot of those energetic lessons that we're taking forth from that time period? It's working through the modality or the experience of being able to articulate or be able to understand the work that we do in order to embody or effectively articulate what we energetically care about. And we see that for a lot of that energy, working through those modalities and experiences right now, having to speak towards situations or circumstances in terms of identifying one's own vulnerability. There's a continuation that we identify in relationality to understanding that the ability to find harmony or the ability to find our joy is something that is tantamount into building healthy relationship. So we have two different modalities that are effectively coming into relationship right now. These are either circumstances or situations by which we identify individuals that are working in a point of solitude and recognizing and building into the space of trying to find their bliss, seeing that that is the gift that they're bringing forth towards partnership, right? Because a healthy relationship doesn't change the way we feel. It effectively articulates and identifies that that is just an amplification of what we find there. So we see that that's a lot of the energy working into that sense of stabilization, putting a lot of prioritization point in their bliss, but understanding that that isn't something that feels selfish, because selfishness is only asking something that you wouldn't eagerly give another. So there's a lot of reciprocity and compassion that we see that energy is giving themselves right now in solitude, but understanding that that is the gift that they're giving themselves in solitude that's going to give forth in multitude when they're finding the right energetic relationship. We also potentially see that there are new partnerships that are occurring right now, and these partnerships that we see that are occurring are built upon and based upon the ability of stepping out of their comfort zone, right? These are the relationships that are coming together right now after all of that retrograde energy. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these individuals were feel like they've been in hermit mode for the last few months, right? Because Uranus coming out of retrograde in Taurus speaks to us about the ability of finding a comfort zone. And when we're effectively looking to find a comfort zone, we effectively find the force of intention by which we are able to effectively do something in a greater fashion, right? It's a modality by which we have to, like, the only way to find a comfort zone is by allowing a little bit of uncomfortability. But this is why I see that these relationships, like, they're looking at uncomfortability in a new way, right? The uncomfortability that articulates the ability of getting stronger at something, right? And that modality of finding strength or finding that sense of stability as they navigate their own uncomfortability. Well, welcome to a full moon in Aquarius season, right? Like, not looking at it as uncomfortable, but getting stronger in the ability of feeling discomforted is how we effectively expand. We also see, and we're going to talk a little bit about those moon relationships right now. Now, the moon relationships were effectively coming together between the time of January 18th. So as I mentioned, that new moon in Capricorn energy that we just experienced prior to this last full moon cycle, up until Uranus that was stationing direct, that was happening over the fall. So that was around September 6th of this last year. Now, these relationships were very much building upon nuance. And I want to describe this. Every time I read for this energy, I see them just tireless. Like, this is the energy that never rests. But what's beautiful about this is they're finding peaceful relationship, right? Energy that does not see that restlessness as a threat to partnership, but conducive of someone being able to articulate and define upon something that they're energetically passionate about. And this is why we see for those relationships, there's a lot of conversation that we potentially see in relationality to building upon the firmament of things, right? And what do we see in relationality to the firmament? The ability of feeling the energetic strength of a partnership in the space by which one doesn't feel like one has to put all of one's invested attention into it at every single moment to make sure that it's healthy, right? It's a lot of that energy that builds into the stability of the partnership that has the point of strength, but not feeling like you constantly have to check to make sure that it's energetically okay. So that's effectively, again, and that's why it might be very, very different, right? Very, very different than the energy of the relationship between them, because they're subtle, there's nuance. But again, I like that too, because especially I feel like the hard part for some of those partnerships is these relationships are very, very go, 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 go. And the modality by which they're finally in a relationship that doesn't feel like that's a threat, but sees somebody in flow, right? That's almost allowing them to effectively flow more, which is why they're effectively articulating how much they care about it, or why it's so important, because they're becoming each other's source of peace. Now, this brings us to the temperance partnerships. And the temperance partnerships were coming together between the time of that same period that we articulated, so early September, up until the solstice period that we experienced over this past summer. Now, these temperance relationships were pulling into the lessons of the temperance card. Everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. And I want to describe the hard part for some of these relationships right now that are deep within divine union is working into the context or the point of consideration, particularly and especially in relationality to defining and discovering within the self vulnerability that one did not recognize was there. The hard part about trauma is that trauma often requires us to build walls where we ought not have walls. And the hard part about that is in the modality by which we do that, it feels like it's energetically supportive, right? That's what we effectively do in order to effectively navigate difficult situations. But the ability of recognizing that same quality that effectively protected the self, maybe feeling like it's getting in the way of a deepening relationship, we see that that's a lot of the energy potentially articulating upon doing that heavy work to try to find a deeper sense of vulnerability, potentially even feeling the benefit of counterpart helping another see, right? This is what we do in healthy relationship. We help each other see our energetic vulnerability points. We help each other identify and recognize the shape or the modality by which we ourselves are trying to attenuate. So we identify that for a lot of those relationships or situations, that adaptability, right? That modality of working through something, but not just working through it, being able to effectively take new approaches to old wounds, right? Being able to effectively and building into the context of a partner that does not take it personally that they're there, but understands the context of the history by which those wounds were formed. We see that these are a lot of relationships that are feeling like they're getting stronger, and they feel like they're getting stronger by getting to the heart of the vulnerability by which they were effectively wounded in the first place. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Stack. I would encourage you also to head over to my Stack because today is the last day to pre-register for a very special retreat program that we will be hosting August 8th through 13th. Today is the last day to be able to register with that discount, so make sure that you're heading over there if you want to secure your spot. You don't need to send the full amount to be able to hold your spot in the retreat. If we are going to be traveling to Italy August 8th through 13th to be able to study the cards in the context or the locationality by which the cards were first documented to be discovered, learning more about the cards and not only that, but in the context of the culture that allowed the cards to be able to grow and thrive. Everyone that participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one classwork with me, but will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey. If you want to learn more about that retreat, simply head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Sword Suite. We're going to be studying the history of those cards, the symbology. I'm also going to be walking you guys through spread applications, how to read that card and those cards in any direction they may appear in your own readings. I'll also be giving you a very unique spread that you'll be able to channel the messages of the Sword Court cards into your own reading. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is mosey on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything that we've been studying in the cards. I'm giving you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon in Leo that we just experienced. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list as always is open. It's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the first person read for, and the first person read for always receives an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. Hope everybody is having an absolutely beautiful start to their day. Welcome. How are you doing today, Ria and Naomi? Seth, how are you doing? Grand Rising Alexandria. And welcome, Addie. Oh, I love that. I'm okay with that. And here's the thing about it here. And Addie, we just want to be energetically prepared, because the thing about it is, especially as we move towards that eclipse energy, it can feel somewhat overwhelming. I want everybody to be grounding right now as we go through that, because here's the thing about it. We always pick up that this starts happening when we start getting closer to eclipse cycle. Everybody starts getting more temperamental. Everybody feels like their fuse disappears, and it doesn't help that we're coming into this eclipse cycle with a lot of planets that are starting to push into Aries. Okay? And that is not to say, right? That is not to say that you can't, it's not the space by which you can't be incensed, right? This is often what we recognize when we're going into Aries cycles. It's not just the modality of feeling incensed. It's the ability of being able to articulate why one feels upset, being able to put that force of intention into words that helps us express why something is important to us. And thank you as well for the follow, Kim. And Lee, thank you for the follow as well. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Ryan. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day, dear. A happy Friday to you. Good to see you. Alexandria, yes. Someone tried to use me as their good feeling. Oh, that sounds, the way you describe it in itself sounds creepy. Oh, sending you support, dear. Grand Rising, Ivana, good to see you as well. And how, thank you, Ivana. That's really kind of you to say. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day, and thank you for those gifts. A reminder to my super fans, if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card today, make sure that you're recharging your heart knees. Yes, I couldn't live up to the expectations because I'm human. But here's the thing about it, right? And I think we're going to experience this right now, Alexandria, right? Like the space by which we recognize, like we have empathy for each other is not built of serving demands, right? Like that's how we build into what feels like it's healthy, right? The proportionality by which we're able to articulate. And we see this, and we're going to describe this. Like I actually I like the fact that we've got this full moon in Leo before we move into that Pisces new moon, because it's the articulation point in being able to recognize and amplify why we feel energetically strong about things, right? It's the modality by which we're able to find or define the words in terms of how we feel. Yes, and so much more. Beautifully stated. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Grand Rising Queen, good to see you today. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's got a lot of personal history with me. It's one of those things just followed me around. Yep, hold on a moment. And good to see you. One moment, please. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you want to get on the list for a reading today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the first person read for. The first person on the list each day always has an additional card in their reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, please let me know now, because it'd be a great time to get on if you want to make sure that you're securing an early spot on the list. And I'm too messy, and I'm too... Yeah, exactly that, right? That's the time. But here's the thing, I like that because it's a very Aquarian song, right? Like it's the modality, it's like, and I want to describe it, it's like the modality by which we are able to have a perspective in relationality to another person's unclear directions, right? Like it feels very right for this type of energy. Grand Rising Siobhan, so good to see you. And Laurel, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Grand Rising Jen, good to see you as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the first person on the list. The first person on the list always has an additional card in their reading. But before we get started today, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? Colleen, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate you. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know, Ryan, you were close. I can see how you could see that. It's an earth dragon. But it does look very similar to that. So thank you guys for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. As I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list today, beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the first person read for once we complete the daily collective. You will also have an additional card in your reading. Also, I want to extend apologies to anybody who is waiting for yesterday's video over on the place where we keep the photos. You know, every time I try to utilize that app, it acts up. So I've been trying to post it over there for quite some time, and it's just not allowing me to post through. So I'll be giving updates as soon as that is available. My apologies to anybody who is watching us over on the place where we keep the videos. No, I know you were trying to be more specific. I like dragonfly. You were halfway there, Colleen. And Denila, thank you for sharing the live. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. That said, no better time than, and guys, please remember before we get started, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway. And currently the person in the lead for that giveaway right now is Ivana. Thank you so much, dear, for those gifts. I appreciate you. And the other giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll be able to get to 50K in no time. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Grand Rising, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, February 6th, 2026. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today. We are going to get started on the headspace of masculine. We are going to be using for the headspace of masculine today the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Can I please get 3 cards for headspace of masculine? 2 are out quick. Where's that 3rd card? I'm feeling energetically called to use another deck. I feel like that's why the card didn't come out. So we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot, and as soon as I pulled that card, the card came out. All right. 10 of Pentacles in its upright, Magician in its upright, 3 of Wands in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're effectively seeing right now. And I like to describe this, and this is a type of energy we like to see in Aquarius season. Okay. If we want new ideas, we have to be vulnerable. Is what I keep on hearing. If we want new ideas, we have to be vulnerable. How can we have new things if we don't welcome vulnerability, right? Is what I keep on getting. And I like to see this energy. And I want to point out, right? There's a lot of planets that are in Aquarius right now. But the nice thing about all of those planets that are in Aquarius is that there's a nice little alignment, right? There's a nice little alignment that we're almost seeing that's also happening there. And it works through, and I want to describe this. Like, this is what we talk about in relationality, right? When we have manifestations, it is incredibly important that our manifestations are not based upon control, right? Because the modality by which we try to have control related to our manifestation goals, it doesn't allow ourselves the ability to have something beautiful energetically occur, right? Because we understand, and I like to point this out, the understanding that we're in a very patient, kind universe, right? And the modality by which we understand and recognize, like, this is why it's so important that we understand, right? And I've got this happening for a lot of the masculine energy, right? The masculine energy being able to understand that the embodiment of masculine, right? Why would the embodiment of masculine be around control, right? It's about nourishment, right? We've been talking a lot about this. It's about energetic serenity, because the modality by which one is able to identify and recognize the understanding, right? And this is often what happens. And I feel like there's a lot of energy of masculine who recognizes that they've experienced wounds at the hands of other energy that has not found the stability within, right? Because when one does not have stability within, one seeks stability without, right? When one feels that one does not have control of oneself, the most natural progress is to feel the sense, right? The biggest sign of someone who does not have control of themselves is the modality of feeling the need to have control over others, right? So that modality, I keep on getting, this is a lot of the energy, I keep on getting, there's a lot of this internalization that I see is happening right now for masculine energy, right? It's understanding that the strength that we find is the strength by which we understand, right? We don't look at the world around us as a threat, but the space by which possibility exists, right? Because this is what effectively happens in relationality to manifestation goals. This is why we say be conscientious in terms of how you think, because the way you think affects the way you see. And then the way you see is the way that you energetically react. And so this is why we say that the articulation point of extending the understanding of the self, right? It's the modality of being able to energetically control one's thoughts, right? Not the feeling of trying to feel the need, because those who do not have the ability to control the thoughts often feel the need of having to control others, right? because it's the modality by which you feel the anxiety of the world outside of the self that is an energetic threat. And the more that we're able to energetically alleviate that is the extension and the expansion of the kindness by which we're energetically able to extend to ourselves and to all of the forces that are energetically around us, right? And this is what we do. Like, think about the strongest person, right? Think about the strongest person that you've ever met. Are they running around energetically panicked, right? Because that is what effectively happens when, what is panic? But the modality or the feeling of the desire to energetically control everything around the self, right? But when we're able to effectively arrive into our own energetic sense of strength, right? This is often why we see, right? This is often why we see what is the first sign of someone who feels like they have strength within? The modality of serenity, right? The serenity that we effectively arrive to that allows us to feel energetically centered, but centered in the space by which we are able to energetically articulate or to speak upon things in a way that feels energetically fortifying and stabilizing. So I like to see this type of energy being embodied in relationality to the work that we see that the healthy, I'm going to use the word, the healthy, the healthy masculine energy is doing. And it's often painful because and we're going to get into it, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy, like feeling like they have to help other masculine energy with this. It's like, I feel like I feel like it's very difficult is what I keep on seeing. But this is why we talk about, like, this is what we talk about in relationality to understanding the value of healthy communication. And I keep on getting this, and we're going to move now towards feminine energy. Feminine energy, we're going to be utilizing, I'm feeling very called to utilize the Tarot del Fuego right now for the headspace of feminine. Which, yeah, that feels right. So we got a lot of planets moving into Aries. A lot of planets moving into Aries. Oh, and there's that one transverse immediately. 3 cards we've got coming out here. Sigh. All right, we've got the Fool card. We've got the Fool card in its transverse, okay? Fool card in its transverse. So we got the Fool card. I like the Fool card in its transverse. Okay, it's going to be fine. We're going to talk. We've got the Queen of Wands in its reversal, and we've got the Six of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing for feminine energy right now. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. The thing about, like, as soon as I start, the thing about okay, right. So feminine energy right now, and I want to describe this, is it's working into, and I feel like there's something really important that's happening right now with feminine, and it's the modality, like it's the modality of articulating, right? Like the modality of trying to articulate to someone something, like stating something, right? Like stating something. Okay, right? Okay, hold on. Have you ever had the modality where you've stated something over and 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 over again, where you've stated something over and over and over and over and over, and all you keep on doing is energetically repeating the same thing, and then somebody says, "I've discovered something." Right? Like the space by which you state something over and over and over again, and then someone goes, "Look what I discovered." And feminine going, "Have you been listening to anything I've said?" So I need to describe this, okay? Like healing from the detriment of requiring discovery is the modality by which we actively listen, right? The space by which we listen to each other, right? And when we try to listen, We understand things so that we don't have to experience them in order to energetically learn about them, right? And I've got a lot of this energy here. And I want to describe this is often why we find feminine in a state of exhaustion, because the exhaustion is the amplification of the articulation of trying to inform another person of something, but another person only gravitating upon it in the space by which they feel like they energetically discovered it, right? And this is often how the feminine feels, right? This is often how the feminine feels in relationality to trying to articulate, right? And I feel like often with those, like, and I feel like the positive space right now for some of the feminine is, I keep on getting, it feels like something energetically bittersweet, right? Because I keep on getting that for a lot of the feminine energy, that capacity or that ability, trying to articulate to another, trying to find the energetic words, trying to energetically define how one has been energetically experiencing something, it often feels the modality of feminine that builds into the context. And I keep on hearing this, right? Proof is found in words, right? Proof is found in words. The gift that we give each other in the space of love is how we energetically bear witness. And so I have a lot of this energy that is effectively articulating upon it. And I keep on getting that even in the space by which they're articulating upon it, right? It's the modality or the experience of being able to define that allows the feminine to, and I keep on getting, it feels like I feel like there's a lot of the feminine that's working through a lot of feelings, and potentially I keep on hearing the feminine almost always carries wounds in circumstances by which, right, the falsity of belief that often creates the trauma in the feminine, in the modality by which they try to explain to another what they're feeling, and another person does not gravitate upon the fact that it's energetically real until they themselves feel like they see it or experience it. And so that's what's beautiful in relationality to a lot of the feminine energy right now. I feel like the feminine energy is building into, right, the healthy relationships that are built upon and based upon active listening, right? The modality by which we energetically, the space by which we energetically hear one another, but also in the space, and I keep on getting this, right? And I feel like this is important because I feel like I see a lot of feminine working towards this. Um, we find energetic strength when we energetically bear witness, which is the modality by which we see and we hold space for one another. And often I keep on getting, right, this is what we articulate with the shape of love, right? It's not necessarily the modality by which we always have to, like before, like it's the space by which we effectively energetically empathize that allow us to, I keep learning the empathy that allows us to build into something even stronger, right? So there's something about that feeling of holisticness that we see that's happening right now. And it's heavy, right? And it's painful. But this is why I see that that's a lot of the feminine. And I think it's interesting too, because, and I want to define this, even in the work that I see right now between masculine and feminine, I don't even feel like it's a conversation back and forth between one another. I feel like it's often, it's like a conversation back towards, right? Back towards their own energy is what I keep on seeing, right? The wounds that are energetically inflicted upon us in the modality of another person defining to us how we can be more in the energy that another person aspires us to be in. But that's what I keep on seeing in terms of some of this energy building into that point of strength, because I feel like it's the modality by which I see a lot of this energy that articulates upon, right, the understanding of the self that often makes us feel like we're failing to be within our own selves, right? And so I'm not surprised to see this because I almost feel like there's a lot of feminine energy talking about right? The trauma of disassociation, right? And that's exactly the type of work we can expect when we're going through Aquarius energy, because often the work that we see that happens in Aquarian energy is learning, right? The first instinct one has when one is feeling energetically traumatized is to disassociate. But even in the space by which we disassociate, we don't heal, right? Because it's not the modality by which we feel strong, right? That is the space by which we have to work through. And I keep on getting the difference between disassociation, right? And this is what we talk about, non-attachment, which is ability to be able to be energetically strong, right, through something difficult, but also to be in the capacity to understand the gravitas in relationality to how we're feeling, right? It's finding the point of strength that, and this is how you can usually tell those who have perfected, right? Those who have perfected non-attachment, because non-attachment is not disassociation, because non-attachment is the articulation of bearing witness, right? It's a modality of holding space, the non-attachment, the work of non-attachment that allows us to hold space for others' energetic feelings. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, we're going to return back to that Aquarian Tarot deck. 3 cards, please. Ooh, 1 card face up, the other 2 not. And we've got the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with the 4 of Cups, man, in the 4 of Cups in its upright. And this is, and I need to just find this. This is like, this is what I like to see. This is what I like to see in the headspace of non-binary, because and I want to describe this though, because what I'm effectively seeing, and it's a combination of the work that we see that's happening right now between masculine and feminine, right? And it's a lot of that, and I want to describe this here, right? Because look at this. We've literally got masculine and feminine energy right now in the headspace of non-binary, but that's both being represented to a certain extent in the space of working through the pentacles that are in their reversal, right? And I like this because there's something that we see that's happening in the modality of that space that I keep on hearing, and I want to describe this best. There's a lot of this work. There's a lot of this work that I almost see that is happening. And the word that keeps on coming up as I'm trying to read into this energy right now is the word defragment. And why is the word defragment coming through? Because defragment is understanding, and I like to point this out. The modality by which we recognize separation creates conflict, right? And the modality by which, and I keep on getting this, the space by which we articulate negatively in terms of the way that we speak to one another is the sound of another person giving up on something, right? And this is what we keep on getting in relationality to the energy that's learned to be very, very careful with their words, right? Because this is the thing about it, and I just keep on, every time I read into non-binary energy, I see this message coming through, which is the conversation that says, right, we don't have that, we know it to be true that we don't make assumptions in relationality to creed, we don't make assumptions or in relationality to color, but we still do it in relationality to gender. Why is that? Why do we still feel that it's correct to be able to say all of this is like that? It's never okay, right? And this is what we have to talk about in terms of being conscientiously careful with our words, right? Because you can't say, you can't articulate that you want something healthy with someone and then say, but all of this is like that, right? Because when somebody sees that, basically this is energy that sees the energy around them acting illogically, right? Literally, like make it make sense. The illogic of energy, right? Make it make sense, which is the illogic of energy saying, I can't find the perfect counterpart. Oh, by the way, all this is like that. I would like to introduce you to the presumption that is creating the blockage, right? You can't articulate that you're looking for a miracle when you start with a presumption, right? You can't articulate that you're looking for a miracle when you start with a presumption. So you have to understand, if you're in a very patient universe that listens to what you articulate, the modality of you saying, I'm looking for perfect, but all this is like that, right? Like it's a false operation. It's the modality by which you and yourself, you've already given up hope because you've articulated the fact that you're saying, like you create a logic loop, you create your own logic block, because it's an illogical statement of saying, oh, I'm looking for the perfect relationship with a counterpart, but everybody in that counterpart's like this, right? And then one is surprised that you energetically find it because you're looking. Remember what I said, the way you think changes what you see. So the modality by which, right, if you want to move towards a manifestation, change, change the way that you think. And it allows you to be able to see more, right? And so I feel like this is often the modality of the energy that recognizes the illogic in some of the energy around them, right? The space by which another person says, why can't I find the perfect person? Oh, by the way, all this is like that. Right? You have to open your mind to the possibility of something being energetically better. And the way we change, the way we're able to effectively come towards that is by removing the space by which we make presumptions about things, right? Because that is the unhealed perception. Continuing to move back into the heart space of masculine energy right now, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the heart space of masculine right now. 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. 8 of Pentacles in its upright, 5 of Wands in its upright, and the Hierophant in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about some complicated stuff going on in the heart space of masculine right there. Okay, I'm not making my job easy today. Okay. All right, let's do it. Okay, so 8-5-8. Okay, so I want to describe this, and I want to, and I feel like this is what I see with a lot of the masculine energy, because I'm seeing that, and again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. It's like, I want to get this, like, and I want to describe this. And we can often experience this as we're coming into eclipse season, which is working into, and I love this because, and I feel like this is why I see a lot of masculine energy that is working through. And remember when I said we're going to get to in a minute, like this is where it's resting right now, and it's in the heart space of masculine, right? The modality by which masculine often gets upset at their own energy is the modality of recognizing the unhealed portion that makes it even harder for the healthy masculine energy, right? Because often the weight, right, the crushing weight of trying to be your best version of self in the face of an energetic history of energy that has not been invested in itself, right? But trying to offload the work of the self on others, right? It often creates a space by which the masculine feels like they're carrying that weight on their back, right? It makes the job even harder because it's the modality by which the energy recognizes not only the shape by which they're trying to do something, but the way that they are experienced, right? The anxiety or the fear that others carry, right? The modality of having to bear the burden of the historical fear. And this is what we talk about in relationality to being a cycle breaker, You want to know what it feels like to break a cycle? That's what it feels like. It feels like you have to carry the weight. You have to carry the weight of everything that came before you as you try to work towards something in a better way. But the understanding that you're not alone in that effort, that every step you take, even if it's hard, is vital, right? I keep on hearing the work is necessary and intrinsic. And this is where we come out of a full moon in Aquarius, right? Because full moon in Aquarius talks to us about the word honor. What does the word honor mean? Honor means the ability to hold respect and understand the significance of what one energetically carries, right? And so this is the energy that says it's an honor to carry that weight, right? Because when you recognize that you're carrying that weight and it's hard, it means that you're moving in the right direction, right? Because you're not doing what feels easy. You're doing the hard work of actually getting something to somewhere better, right? This is the journey to getting to higher ground, right? And this is what it feels like when we're taking that spiritual effort upon ourselves. Every step feels impossible, but yet we energetically persist. And as we carry that burden on our back of the history of the pain that others have caused to those around us, we often feel the weight of others that feel like they punish us for that history. But the modality by which we move and we persevere regardless is the modality by which we work to do something in a better way. So I keep on hearing joy in the journey. But what's beautiful for a lot of the masculine energy that embodies that is understanding the joy in the journey is recognizing that the difficulty is the joy, because it's understanding how important every one of those steps is. Now, continuing towards feminine, 3 cards for the heart space of feminine right now, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine right now. Yes. 3 cards, please. Actually, correction, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the heart space of feminine. And that in itself, like, there's something important there too. 3 cards. We've got here the 7 of Wands in its upright, the 7 of Swords in its reversal, and the 5 of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about that energy as well, because what we're seeing right now for a lot of the feminine energy is it's like that. And I want to describe like what we're effectively seeing here, right? And I just want to point this out. A lot of this, and I want to describe this, and I think that there's something really beautiful about this, because like I'm getting a lot of Aries energy in the heart space of feminine. And the thing about when I see like a lot of the feminine energy with like the Aries energy is like I just keep on getting that there's a little bit of that energy that articulates, and I want to describe this, which is the feminine energy that articulates and speak. Like I just keep on hearing the feminine energy saying something over and over again in its heart space, which articulates and says preciousness, vulnerability is always the priority. Vulnerability is always the priority. And why do we say vulnerability is always the priority? Because when we identify that, we are in our energetic warrior mode, right? The modality by which we effectively are, what do warriors say, right? Warriors say vulnerability is the priority, not in the space. Like, and this is what we understand with warrior energy. Warriors don't see vulnerability as a vulnerability. Warriors see vulnerability as something that needs to be protected at all cost, right? Why do we articulate, right? Why do we fight if not to protect vulnerability? Because the modality by which we understand and recognize that vulnerability is precious, is where we identify the difference between whether you're a fighter or whether you're a warrior, right? Because a fighter, right? A fighter sees vulnerability as a weakness. A warrior sees vulnerability as something that must be protected at all cost. And I feel like this is the feminine clarifying to masculine what they find to be strong, not a show of strength, right? Where do you see a fighter? A fighter wants to show how strong they are. A fighter wants to say, hey, look what I can do with this person's vulnerability, right? And this is why the feminine says, that's not strong. You're wrong, right? The fact that you're trying to perform to another to show someone how strong you are by attacking another person's vulnerability does not make you strong. It shows another how weak you are. Because if you really wanted to be strong, you don't seek out vulnerability to prove your strength to on. A warrior sees vulnerability and protects vulnerability. A warrior sees vulnerability, and that's what they work. They become the shield for it. So this is a lot of the feminine coming into the modality of saying, make no mistake, feminine can see the difference between warrior energy that sees vulnerability and becomes a shield to protect it, versus the performative energy of masculine, of someone who is energetically weak, trying to show another person how strong they are by going directly towards the most vulnerable thing to be able to perform the act of being strong towards it. While for the non-binary energy, 3 cards, and we're going to be utilizing for the heart space of non-binary energy. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of non-binary right now. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the 6 of Swords in its upright, the Knight of Cups in its upright, and the Empress in its upright. Now, this is some wild energy. This is some absolutely wild energy that we're seeing here. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here, because, and I want to just describe this because I need, if you are a tarot nerd, you're going to appreciate that. Look at this. Look at this. Right? You see this here, right? I keep on hearing I need a, it's like I keep on hearing it's like the I need a hero is all I keep on hearing right now. And we've also like look at this with the, oh, look at this is wild. Look at this with the Empress, like this is the Empress, right? With the Empress in the of the Pentacles and its reversal. All right, let's talk a little bit about this here, okay? All right. So and I want to describe this, and you know, here's the thing about this, and I need to point this out. This is what I mean with the non-binary energy. The non-binary energy gave up on laurels long ago, is what I keep on hearing. The non-binary energy gave up on laurels long ago is all I keep on hearing in relationality to what it is that they put their work towards. And what do we get? Like, and why do we see that that energy effectively identifies that? Because it's the conversation that we recognize in relationality to understanding, right, what it is that we do and why it is that we do it, right? And I keep on getting, you know, and one of the things I'm seeing here that I think is really beautiful for this space in this energy is that it's like they're tireless, you know, and it's often, I feel like it's often the modality by which they do things, and even in the space by which they do something, they recognize that another person will misperceive why they're doing it, right? It takes a lot of bravery to have to be the force that tries to change things, right? But the modality, but this is why we become, and remember when I said, what do healthy warriors do? And this is why it's connected to the feminine energy, right? Healthy energy acts as shield, right? Healthy energy acts as shield, right? Shields don't look for laurels. Shields just know what they need to energetically care about, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that articulates that that's how they move through things, right? And often in the space, right? Often in the space by which they feel that they're doing that, they have to experience others' projections, right? They have to experience others' internalized rejection projected upon them, right? The modality by which, and I keep on getting, the energetic shield becomes a mirror in relationality to others' fears, right? Which is why if someone has a fear-based mindset, they often have a hard time seeing when another person is trying to extend a kindness to them. This is how you can tell when someone's too much in a fear-based mindset, right? Anything you give is observed as threat, right? That's what we talk about with the hand bite, like the space by which we identify the hand that bites, and when tried to be fed, is the modality of understanding the shape of the wound by which you navigate or experience another's projections. And I feel like that's often the modality by which the energy works through things, and this is why the energy is so protective. But they're protective of their own energy because they've had the modality by which they've tried to extend compassion to things, but another person not being in the space by which they can receive it. It's the compassion that often feels like it hurts us because it's a modality by which, if another person isn't in a healed space, nothing you give them is considered positive, right? And so that's why I feel like, and this is a continuation of the energy being very good at attenuating between the difference. I keep on hearing the difference between, right? The difference between an honest question and a disarming one, right? We were talking about this the other day. The difference between somebody who speaks to them with the desire to listen and to understand and to grow versus energy that effectively tries to articulate something, right? The modality by which another person, did you just see what I talked about the difference between being able to see the difference between a fighter and a warrior, right? What does a fighter do, right? The space by which someone is in the space by which they're trying to hurt, right? Someone trying to hurt will look for a vulnerability to try to hurt another person through it, while a warrior recognizes and understands and acts as shield towards vulnerability in order to energetically protect something that is vulnerable. And so this is the energy that has effectively gotten very good at being able to identify, right, the difference between a conversation where another person is hoping to learn and grow, right, versus an energy versus conversations by which another person asks something, but not in the way by which they desire to understand it, but in the hope of energetically disarming someone, and in the modality of asking, trying to effectively hurt them in the process, and then are trying to articulate upon the fact that they didn't mean to hurt. They were just asking a simple question. But this is the energy that is very good at identifying and seeing that, right? And so even in the space by which they work through, I feel like this is a lot of the energy that works through observing and not absorbing, right? The modality by which they recognize and understand. But even in the space by which they do so, right? I feel like that's a lot of the energy that I keep on hearing. Like, this is all I keep on hearing in the heart space of the non-binary. They gave up on laurels long ago because they understand that that space by which they try to take compassionate approaches will be appreciated by those who simultaneously see that while also having to navigate others' projections upon them. This brings us into the unconscious back towards the unconscious of masculine. Masculine, unconscious, 3 cards. We're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the unconscious of masculine. 3 cards, please. Thank you. And we've got, oh, that's fine. Hold on. That's important. We'll keep that for a minute. All right. We're going to be utilizing, so in 2 of these cards, I need to stress, 2 of these cards fell in the center spot. So they're both going to be in the center there. So we're going to keep those there. We've got here the Star card in its upright, the Page of Pentacles, and the Four of Wands in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing right now, particularly and especially in the unconscious of masculine. And I want to point this, and this is why I see that two of those cards wanted to stay, right? This is masculine energy that is, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, that says, and this is kind of where we started this reading. And I love this too, because I need to point out we've got the Three of Wands and the Four of Wands in its upright, right? When we heal our protectiveness, when we heal our defensiveness, we make room for possibility, right? When we heal our defensiveness, we make room for possibility. And this is what we talk about with a mind, right? And this is what's beautiful. Like, a mind that grows is like a flower that blossoms, which is the modality by which we have to have the space by which we can feel things that we haven't felt before, right? The ability to arrive to the possibility of something being other than we can identify and describe, that allows us to be able to see something in a greater way, right? But this is why we often articulate upon, right? The closed mind is the mind that never flourishes, because a closed mind refuses to see more, and then often feels despair in the fact that nothing feels like it changes, right? This is what we talk about in relationality, to making sure that we're not giving mismatched directions to a universe that's very patient and wants to grow with us, right? Because you can't say, right? You can't say to the universe, right? I want something new, but I'm afraid of change, right? You can't say I want something new, but I'm afraid of change. And the universe is like, I don't know what to do with this one. This one's broken. I don't know what's wrong with it, right? Because it doesn't compute, right? It doesn't energetically compute. You're putting false. You can't. Nope, that one's not working yet. It's like, you have to be in the capacity, and you have to be in the, like, and then that's, and this is, but here's the thing, we recognize these tendencies in ourselves. This is what we talk about with shadow work, being like, oops, like, oops, right? Oops. And so those modalities by which we recognize that, and this is what's beautiful about a healthy manifestation goal, it shows us where we need to put our work. Right? It's not being like, where is it? Like, why do you hate me? Why are you doing this? Being like, I'm trying to help you. Right? You can't look at the universe and be like, why isn't this happening? And the universe is like, shadow work. Here's the block. Right? Like, that's what's going to happen. The first time you try to move towards a manifestation goal, be prepared to identify the block. And this is what happens. Like, this is what I'm working with, right? Like, that's what the universe does. The first thing the universe does is, you're moving towards your manifestations. Where is it? This is what I'm working with, right? It's going to show you. It's a collaborative effort, right? It shows you what you need to do within the self in order to arrive to that manifestation goal. But we can't get there if you're closed-minded, right? You can't get there if you're closed-minded, because the modality by which you're trying to energetically control things doesn't allow the possibility of new things energetically occurring, right? So this is a lot of the energy that's understanding that the journey of a healthy manifestation goal, I'm going to keep on saying this, a healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared. And if you're ever unsure about whether your manifestation goal is healthy, start speaking it out loud. If you don't feel comfortable speaking it out loud, it's probably not a good manifestation goal. It's probably showing you where the shadow work needs to go, right? This is why we say speak it, because it helps us understand where the work needs to go. And if there's a modality by which you can't articulate a manifestation goal, right, then there you go, right? There's, look, hooray, we found some shadow work that needs to be energetically addressed, okay? It's a journey of understanding and the discovery of the self. And I feel like that's what's hard, because for a lot of the masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, some of this energy is already, and this is the thing about it, some of this energy already knows that. And the modality by which they feel that they have to carry the weight. They have to carry the weight of others that have created the space by which it makes it even harder for the healthy energy to be able to build into healthy connection. Because even in the modality by which they're trying to build into a healthy connection, they feel like they have to carry the weight of the unhealthy energy on their back, right? The modality by which, and they understand what it's doing there. They understand that it is the space by which, and this is why it's an honor to carry it, because they understand that this is how we heal, right? We don't articulate and try to separate from it. We identify and say, I know, right? The understanding of recognizing the shape of that weight is why we become into the space of identifying our warrior, because it's the energy that does not try to separate from it, but takes responsibility for it. And this is often the modality by which we find the honor of our journey, right? The honor of our journey is a lifetime of proving to others that we don't go the easy way, right? That we don't take the space that's most convenient, but we carve out a path that we know is the right one. And each of us do it. And every time it feels like we are the first person doing it. And that's why it's energetically important, because every time we do it, we create the space by which it's a little bit easier for the next person that comes along to follow that journey with us. And so that's why I keep on seeing this masculine that's working into the space of saying, it's not the weight of solitude. It's the space by which we blaze a trail. It's the work that we do every day, not because it's convenient, but because we know it's the right direction to move towards. And that's why that last card isn't there, because when we're doing that, we typically don't know what's on the other side of it. But that's why that's why it is an honor to proceed in that way, because it helps us understand and follow the shape of our hearts as we do so. This brings us to the feminine energy. 3 cards for feminine energy. We've got and we're going to be utilizing, and we're going to be pulling from I'm going to be pulling from the top of the deck because the cards fell on the floor. And so there's something about the point by which it's seen. And we're going to be utilizing the 3 cards I'm pulling from are the Devil card in its reversal, Devil card in its reversal, the 5 of Wands in its reversal, and the King of Wands in its reversal. And what are we effectively seeing in relationality to a lot of that energy? We see that this is a lot of the feminine working into, and again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, what it feels to be seen, what it feels to be heard. And this is a lot of feminine healing from the attenuation of unhealed energy that sees the aspiration of feminine to be nothing more than seen and not heard, right? You cannot articulate the energetic desire of understanding, of feeling the dissatisfaction for another energy, but then not wanting to be in the space of energetically collaborating with it, right? And the modality of feminine having to heal from the energy of navigating, working through this space of those who often articulate the frustration that feminine is not more in their feminine. If you want feminine more in their feminine, create a safe space for feminine to be feminine, because this is often feminine that feels the weight of not desiring not to be in their feminine. But feminine can't be in their feminine if they constantly feel the weight of being energetically attacked all the time, right? And that's what it feels like to be in a modality or in a space that says, be vulnerable, be vulnerable, be vulnerable. But reminder, if you're vulnerable in the wrong way, we'll never let you live it down, right? Again, you cannot create false positives in a system and then be surprised with what you find there. You cannot continually look to feminine and say, you know what, you're not vulnerable enough. You're not vulnerable enough. You're not vulnerable. Oh, you were too vulnerable, too vulnerable, too vulnerable, right? And this is often the feminine that feels exhausted, feeling the space of having to perform femininity in that modality, because when you're experiencing a system that says be more and more vulnerable, too vulnerable, right? It's often the modality by which the feminine is constantly trying to balance their vulnerability instead of feeling the authenticity of just being in it. And so this is a lot of the feminine that even now is feeling that frustration point, and the modality by which another energy is like, I've discovered something. Like even the modality of feminine going, even the modality of feminine seeing somebody else going, I've discovered something. Feminine has a lot of complicated experiences, like the space by which another person just feels like they've arrived to it, in the space by which feminine has been articulating this forever, forever, forever. Is what we see. But a lot, and this is why I keep on seeing, feminine is taking the responsibility, right? And we take the responsibility for that by not allowing ourselves to fall into modalities of comparison, right? Healing from the falsity of energetic comparison and allowing us to be able to find our exquisite form is what I keep on seeing. And I love this because this is feminine understanding that when we're working towards, like, this is a feminine goes, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm too busy working on my exquisite. Too busy. I can't hear you. I'm too busy working on my exquisite. Continuing right now for the non-binary energy. 3 cards, bottom of the deck, please. And we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the unconscious of non-binary energy right now. 3 cards, please. We got 1, 2, 3. 2 of Pentacles. Yeah, in its reversal. That tracks. Knight of Cups in its upright. Ooh, Knight of Cups. Look at this. Guys, look at this. Guys. I'm sorry. Sorry. If you're a tarot nerd, here you go. If you're a tarot nerd, you're welcome. There you go. Right there. Right there. You know what I'm geeking out about. Sorry. I apologize for geeking out, but it's cool. And the 4 of Pentacles in its upright. Okay, so there's a lot of pentacle energy. There's so much pentacle energy right now in the non-binary space. But let's talk about it, because, like, and here's the thing. The thing I keep on seeing. The thing I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of this energy that we're identifying here, and I just want to kind of articulate it, is and I want to, it's really interesting too, because I feel like this energy, like, when you know yourself, you know what your vulnerabilities are, is what I keep on seeing, right? And it's really interesting. If you've had those modalities by which another person says something to you, like they try to sling an arrow to you that is your highest, like that's your best quality, is what I keep on seeing. That I feel like this energy has had experiences by which someone has tried to hurl an accusation at them, and they're just like, exactly. Exactly. Like the sound of projection, right? The sound of projection is when somebody tries to hurl an insult and you accidentally catch a compliment, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like like this is what happens. I keep on seeing, it's like the space by which someone tries to hurl an insult and instead you catch a compliment is the modality of being like, God, I'm in the wrong room, right? like the space, like it's a space, like that is what we identify in relationality, being like it's a lot of that, and that's what I keep on seeing. This energy feels like it goes through that, like, constantly. Like that's the sound of you not being in a healthy space, right? Like somebody throws an accusation at you that's a compliment and being like, are you okay? Like, are you okay? When was the last time you got a hug? You know, it's like, when was the last time you got a, and that I gotta tell you, like, that's a little bit of that Leo moon energy, because I always love this. And this is like a horrible thing with, I mean, like, I'm allowed to say this, but like the thing with Leos is like Leos cannot shake. Like there's something, go find any Leo you know, and there is something unshakable within every Leo you meet. We cannot remove the identification that there may be something, like everything could potentially be fixed with the right hug, right? It's like everything, everything. Leos cannot shake this, no matter who they are. Just every Leo in existence just feels in the fiber of their being, just in the fiber. They're like, but how did you hug them? Was it a good hug? Like, was it like it's just, there's a lot of that energy. It's like the care, it's like the stare, you know, like the care. It's like we just need to hug them. It's like it's a lot of that type of work. But here's the thing about it, and this is the thing about it, like you can't you can't heal trauma unless somebody is ready to come out of their trauma trap. Like, and that's the thing about it. Like, this is the hard part, and this is how I feel like the non-binary energy sees it. Trauma is like a cage, you know? And the modality by which you sometimes try to reach for someone in their trauma, they will pull you into that so fast. They will try to pull, like they will try to pull you in, they will try to snatch you and pull you right into it. And this is why you can't help someone that is not ready or invested to heal from their trauma. Because the modality by which you try to effectively help someone and they just rip you back into it is the modality by which you understand that the work that we do is arriving, right, is how we show up for each other, right? This is how we heal from trauma. We show up for one another, right? And the modality by which we do that, it often feels energetically thankless, right? And this is a hard part. You'll be literally navigating with someone who's traumatized, and the modality by which you're showing up to them, they're like, what are you doing here? And being like, what? like, I'm checking on you. Like, I'm trying to see, like, it's often working through that, right? And so I feel like this is what's hard about that energy, because I feel like a lot of that energy it has worked through, right? They've worked through their own trauma enough that they often feel, right? They often feel the desire of wanting to give the full extent of their compassion to things, but they've had to have the hard lesson that you have to hold compassion carefully, because the thing is, trauma sees compassion as aggression. I'm going to say that again, and I know it's a heavy lesson. Trauma sees compassion as aggression. And when you recognize the quality by which another person is projecting, trauma sees compassion as aggression. And it's painful because it's the modality by which you recognize and identify it. It doesn't make it easier, makes the work more important, but allows the space by which the energy carries themselves carefully, because it's the observation of understanding that like that it's not like, this is what hard about it, right? We protect love, but love can't fix everything, because trauma sees compassion as aggression. And the more we're able to recognize that within us, that is the direction by which we can heal. And it requires us to be vulnerable. And this is why the energy says vulnerability is a gift. We have to be precious with it. Bottom of the deck for masculine energy, Smith-Waite Centennial deck, bottom of the deck, 7 of Wands, right? It's a hard job, but somebody's got to do it. So I keep on seeing, right? But here's the thing about it. When you're doing it, you always feel like you're the only one. You are never alone in that journey. You are never alone in that journey. And when you feel most alone, that's usually the sign that you know that you are on the most important direction, because it's the modality by which we understand, right? We understand and we feel the force of doing the things that we care about. And it's often the modality by which, right, we talk about that work that we do, right? Every inch is crucial. Every step is profound. And every time we do that, we prove to another that they can do it too. Feminine energy, bearing in mind, again, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Aquarian Tarot, Three of Cups. This is a lot of the feminine. And here's the thing about it. This is why we have to get rid of comparison. Comparison is the most toxic thing that's ever come towards feminine in all of experience. Because the modality by which feminine has recognized this quality, the unhealed feminine that will often target feminine, right? In the modality of allowing the space of feeling more in their feminine. Every feminine on this earth has experienced that. And this is often what's difficult because it's a shape of that comparison that makes feminine feel untrustworthy towards their own energy, right? And the modality by which we work to heal that, right? There's no comparison. Feminine is never in their comparison when we're working on our exquisite, right? The modality by which we energetically let go of comparison and we recognize the trauma, the years of trauma that often come towards feminine in the modality of someone saying, why can't you be more like that? Why can't you be more like that? Being like, 'cause I am working on this, right? Like I'm working on this, right? When someone says, why can't you be more like that? Be like, oh, look, there's the trauma right there, right? There's not where they're pointing. What they're like, what did you just say? Can you repeat that? There it is, right? Why can't you be more like that? Because I'm working on this. And the modality of the feminine recognizing that, or recognizing where the trauma is, it isn't in the energy that another person points to. It's the person that points. The person that points is the source of the trauma. And I feel like that's a lot of the feminine that's recognizing that quality or characteristic and saying, excuse me, what did you just say? Trying to make me feel like that feminine's my enemy? Pardon me? Can you please repeat that? Right? That's a lot of the feminine saying, this is feminine saying, like, when we're working on our exquisite, right? We can all sit together, right? It's all the energy. And this is what the feminine does when we energetically embrace. We don't pull away. We add more chairs. We lengthen our tables. We learn how to energetically share. While for a non-binary energy, and I feel like that is the feminine extending their own force of compassion because that is the feminine that becomes the energetic shield. Non-binary energy, Temperance card in its reversal. We've got a lot, this is that Aries energy, man. There's a lot of this Aries, Here's the thing about it. I just need to remind this to the non-binary energy. We got a lot of planets. A lot of planets just moved into Aries. Okay, got Neptune in Aries. Okay, we got Neptune in Aries, and now Saturn's about to move into Aries. And I know it's a little bit of that, it's a lot of that energetic force, but recognize, I keep on hearing, we don't match energy. You know what I'm talking about? We don't match energy, even if someone deserves it, right? Because all we do, right? When someone's coming towards you in an inappropriate way and you match energy, congratulations. You just showed them that they can knock you right off course of your own integrity, right? That's all you've done. When you match energy with someone, all you do is show them that they have the capacity of knocking you right off course of your own integrity, right? We don't match energy. We remember who we are. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who participated in our recent class on the World card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Sword Suite. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of readings, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal journey and utilize to understand what it is to help you get to your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my mystic meditation articles, which will let you know of energetically what we've been seeing in the cards each month. I just wrote one recently on this full moon in Leo that we just experienced. I'd also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our retreat that we're hosting in August. This is the last day to pre-register to secure your spot. Your deposit is not the full amount. It's just to make sure that you're able to accommodate and come with us on the trip. And it's the final day to get that $200 discount to the entire retreat package. So if you're interested, make sure that you head over to my Stack or over to the tree that has links in it in my bio if you want to secure that spot. We are going to be heading to Italy to learn more about the tarot in the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered, sharpening our tarot skills and understanding more about the culture that allowed the tarot to be able to grow and thrive. Everyone who participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one class work with me, but will also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class that will be available to everybody who is a retreat participant. And I encourage you again, if you're interested, today is the last day to be able to secure your spot. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Ivana. You got our highest gifter for today, and you will have that free reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 25.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Remember, please, if you want to get on the list today, we do highest priority messages from Spirit, dream interpretation, Past life, mediumship, angelic, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, a reminder to anybody who is on the hold list who would like to be added off, returned off the hold list for a reading, just let me know the date that you are added to it, and I will be happy to add you back to it. And we're also, as I mentioned, if you get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. All right, perfect. Excellent. Wonderful. Oh, I just did all that and I didn't post. Hold on a minute. Post. There we go. Grand Rising, Patrick. Good to see you today. Hold on a moment. Excellent. It is like that. Exactly. Hold on a minute. Just reading over. Yeah, these cards today are wild. Just work, commute. Sending you support, Ryan. Good to see you. That hit for me. Thank you, Ivana. I'm a warrior. Hi there, Alexandra. Good to see you today. We've always had said that you don't have to show strength in a negative way. Tap to claim, Ivana. This is hitting on the political too. Sending you support, Ryan. We are wild here. Tap to claim, Ella. Bloop. The Shreks. Oh, I don't know that one. Post it in the disco in the music section. Yeah, that was the song that was coming through as I was doing the non-binary reading, Ivana. This is what I sang out loud. I love that. Thank you as well, Alexandria. The second since said it, I said it too. IMD, thank you for the sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I'm cracking up. I was thinking, oh, exactly. Made me think of that. Oh, I don't know. Yep. A warrior and what's the comparison? I didn't hear it completely. We were talking about the difference between a warrior and a fighter. Thank you, Kath. Absolutely. Vulnerability and being authentic. Exactly. Absolutely. Speaking to my Taurus energy heart here about change. I know it's hard, right? Taurus and change, man. It's a hard journey, right? Because like that's the thing with Taurus energy, right? The only way to find deeper comfortability is getting out of your comfort zone, right? It's like it's not for the weak, right? Sometimes it's hard to put into words when I'm trying to manifest. I hope this helps for you in that way, Ivana. And Tiffany, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Thamika. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. We live in a world that constantly judges and scrutinizes the vulnerability of feminine tapped, and it's not okay, right? And I like to see this too, because this is the other energy, right? This is all of the energy that effectively recognizes that journey. Yes. You can geek out anytime. Thank you, Per. Good to see you. Greetings, Dr. Genuine. How are you doing today? Exactly. Yes, like always. Thank you. Thank you as well, BB. Good to see you too, dear. Yeah, it's a lot of a Leo thing. So true. I love my Leo because that's the thing. But here's the thing, here's the hard part. Like I like to point this out, like Leos are often in the space of being like, ooh, can I like, what if I just hug it? Being like, don't hug that. That's all the other signs being like, don't hug that. But what if I hug it? Yep. Agree. Leo sun. That's us. Yep. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Hannah, for the compliment, dear. It's a good hug. Look, it just needs to be a good hug. Like a really good hug. Yep. Leo rising, but Taurus sun. So yeah, that'll do it though. You've nailed that right there, Bridget. Leo rising and Taurus sun, because so you deserve a hug. Because here's the thing about it, and this is why when Taurus see Leos like that, they are disgusted. Because Taurus consider hugs, right? Like Taurus and their hugs be like, you get a hug. Like it. Taurus will be like, you get a hug. Like, that's the problem. You got to heal that, Taurus. Yep. I don't know about Leo, but my surroundings, Taurus is a seer. No, here's it's a different thing, right? Like Taurus is bestow hugs, okay? Yeah, the same thought. Yeah, I've experienced that directly. My compassion interpreted as aggression. It's really painful to witness. And sending you support if you've experienced that, Alexandria. Yes, I come in peace. Exactly. Yep, and that's why we're avoid yeah, that's why they're avoidant. Exactly. Leo here, not serial hugger, but I certainly love a good hug. My sister's a Virgo, double Libra, is a serial hugger. I can see that though. But like I can see a Virgo double Libra like trying to make sure that they're giving everybody hugs, right? Like you get a hug and you get a hug and you get a hug. Absolutely. How are you doing today, H? I know a Taurus, but she's not a serial hugger, but it depends on the moon placements. No, I agree. With a Leo moon, not a hugger, except when I want everyone to get along. Ooh, I like that. Interesting. Creative. Good to see you today, dear. Kind of cringe sometimes when it comes to hugging, even though I couldn't cringe, I wouldn't cringe. Double Libra, I see you pieces. Here's the thing, double Libra energy, man. You know, it's rough on them streets. I know four Taurus peeps, all big huggers, late Taurus. Yeah, like the man, like the difference between an early Taurus and a late Taurus, man. Really, it's really wild. I mean, potato. Yeah, it does depend on the placements. Yes, you can sit with us. Hi there, Blondie. I'm happy to read. Oh, hold on a moment. Anybody who wants to get on the list, you can get on the list via sending. We're doing personal readings right now. Kath, just cringed a hug, but lately I've been thinking I'm just protecting my energy. But here's the thing, like this is what we like. We can kind of talk about it too, because like, and I want to describe this, like the way that we navigate how we feel energetically in relationality to what is healable, you know. And I think that it's interesting too because like it has a lot to do with our placements, and I think that even in the space by which you know, it's interesting because like when you say you're cringe to hug, I feel like there's like we like everything I've read for you is the fact that like you're working to heal some kind of trauma there. Yeah. And Age, thank you for those gifts. You're so welcome. Thank you, Laurel. And Vivian, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, this yes, Scorpio Scorpios with hugs is it's like it's case by case. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting. It's very case by case with Scorpios and hugging. And Vivian, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Ivana, thank you for those gifts. And thank you again, Vivian, for those shares. I appreciate you. Yeah, the score, like, and yeah, Kath, added to that. I don't want to absorb or give energy. I get that. Well, and I'd be curious about your placements there. And thank you again for reposting, Vivian. Yeah, we have the same signs with Leo and Scorpio. But yeah, and that's like Leo and Scorpio, like Leo Scorpio placements together, it's very interesting, right? And like often when I see someone with Leo and Scorpio placements, it's very interesting because like I want to describe it as you know it's like there's a guardedness there, but there's a guardedness for a reason is the best way I can describe it, right? Because like Leo and those with Leo and Scorpio placement, and I just want to describe this, have this ability of being able to see others subtext, you know, like with someone with like a Leo or Scorpio placement says like you know like they're very good at like picking up the undercurrent of things, so I can understand like why that might be the case. Yeah. And thank you again for reposting, Vivian, and sharing. And thank you, Kath, for those baby dragons. Hi there, Box. And Patrick, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, dear. Hold on a minute. And thank you, Ibrahim, for the follow. Tina, if you'd like to get a reading, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree, tree that has binks in it, and you can get on the list right now. If you get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. Excellent. Hannah, as a Scorpio rising, I do feel like hugs are case by case. Yeah, and that's the thing about it, though. The one thing I want to identify with those with Scorpio placements is, and it's funny too, because when I said case by case, I meant Scorpio by Scorpio. It's interesting that you said case by case, but I meant case by case. Like it depends on the Scorpio. You know, it depends on the Scorpio and the signs associated with the Scorpionic placement. Oh, you see Leo Scorpio too. Interesting. Yeah, my sister's Leo rising with Scorpio sun. Yeah, you know, and that's like I gotta say, like the Leo Scorpio placements, it's being able to it's like I want to describe it like it's like having a good antenna in terms of another person's intentions is the best way I can describe it. We're crazy. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not crazy. I'm gonna say it the way I said it. The way I said it. You're very good. You have a good antenna on recognizing others' intentions. Hi there, Lynn. How you doing today? Yeah, Leo Sun with Scorpio Moon. It's contradicting at times, but here's the thing about it. It's not. And those who get like those, the older one gets, you usually get reaffirmed in terms of getting it. A good like Leo Scorpio is a good antenna on others' intentions, and that is complicated. It's complicated. Yeah, exactly. You see right through them. Yep. Yeah. And it's hard because I'll tell you right now that sometimes Leos and Scorpios I don't know why. You know what I mean? Like it's often the modality. Yeah. 1 minute. Yeah, this makes total sense with the Leo Scorpio placement. Scorpios run with scissors and Leo wears our heart on our sleeves. Exactly. That's true. Like, I like that. I never thought about it that way, Ryan, but now that you say it, I can't unsee it. Scorpios run around with scissors. That's very true. It's very true. And Leos are always like, stop running around with those. You're gonna get hurt. Yep. Yeah. That's so true. I'm a Cancer sun, Aquarius rising, Gemini moon. Ooh, that's some complicated energy right there. Yeah, that's like come find me. That's like that's like that's like answer my riddles 3 and we can do kind of energy. Yeah, that's it. Maybe that's why, because we can see through. Yeah, exactly. Like it's hard, right? That's what I mean. It's like complicated, right? Like, and it's hard because it's probably hard to be able to put it to explain it to others, right? And then that's why you got a really good satellite on others' intention related to their compassion. Yeah. Yep, I got you on the. I'm going to read the list for those who are on the list right now. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Julia. You're welcome, dear. Excellent. Oh, very much right back at you, Lynn. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. When it's hard, yeah, it's hard when you can feel the energy too. Yeah, I have Scorpio and Mars and Saturn. You like Scorpio and Mars is difficult, right? Because Scorpio and Mars can often create like act first, think later, like lightning fast reflexes, but also potentially having those moments of being like, I reacted too quickly to something and I forever regret, right? Like that, it's like it's understanding the burden of a lightning fast reflex, you know? Yeah, I remember my mom making me hug some. Yep. Nope, that's exactly what I was talking about, Bridget. Yep. Yeah, Leo sun, I've always been such a rule freak for everyone else, but I don't count. I feel like that's, you know, like we often see that with Leos, like having the same boundaries that they give others. We all have to see my new, ooh, you have to. Oh, please, thank you for posting in the disco. Really? Ooh, I'm excited to look at it. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like Like Leo's seeing Scorpios, like the way like Leo's like seeing Scorpios are usually like, be careful. Be careful. Slow down. Why are you doing that? Somebody's gonna get hurt. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, that's not, yeah, that's a lot of trauma there. All right, my friends, we're gonna get started. I'm gonna read the list for anybody who's just to confirm everybody who's on the list right now. The list we have is Alexandra, Danae, Ivana, Kath, and Pieces. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person. Pardon me, the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 29.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Excellent. All right. Yes, slow down, you crazy child. Like that's usually how a Leo will see the Scorpios in their life, right? Like, I'm gonna do it. They like, do you want to think about it first? No, I'm just gonna do it. Like, can't spend time thinking about it, then I won't do it. Maybe that's why you shouldn't do it. Nope. My Cancer sun is not a hugger. No, cancers like cancers are funny because they don't give hugs, but they always need hugs. That's the thing with cancers. Cancer, you see a cancer, they don't give hugs, but they always need hug, right? You go give a cancer a hug, they'll be like, "Hmm." Yep, yep. Mhm. Oh, for the list. Okay, so hold on a minute. Well, the person who I wrote it very quickly. I've got I wrote it in the midst. I wrote it in the midst of doing the reading. So the Alexandria that sent the donation is on the list. So whoever that is, if you want to articulate, if you want to claim, if you want to clarify, I would appreciate that. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like that's the thing. Like it's like I like to describe like it's very much like sometimes cancers with hugs. I know it's gonna sound. It's like it's a little bit like Edward's. But when they receive them, they're like, think, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing with cancer. It's just like they don't want to give them, but they always like getting them. Yeah, exactly. What do I do with my hands? I don't know what to do with my hands. All right, we're gonna continue right now. The first person we're reading for is and so again, I'm going to read the list again. If you are not on the list and you sent the donation, please let me know. Give me the initial on where you sent them. How are you doing today, Addie? Good to see you. Yeah, this energy is like rebirth, and we're having fun this Friday. Oh, I know. I love the Empress card too. Being vulnerable and then putting that. But here's the thing about it, right? And this is the thing about it. When you're vulnerable and you have a kick, like when you recognize the kick me sign that being vulnerable is, then you pay attention to who kicked. Like that's the thing about it, right? Like that's the thing that we recognize. Yeah, and again, your agreement in that as well. Leos are great. Yeah, I appreciate that. And thank you for being here, and thank you for contributing as well on the place where we keep the videos. And just a reminder to those who are on the videos, place where you keep the videos or the place where you keep the photos, you can get on the list too via the tree that has banks in it in my bio. If you're a member over on the place where we keep the videos, you're also entitled to the subscriber rate for readings, which is 4 cards for 23, as well as the free 1 card each day. So thank you again as well. And if you have any questions, let me know. For those who are on the place where we keep the photos, I do apologize because I continue to have feed issues there. So I'm hoping that you're able to see me clearly. I've also been having issues posting my videos there as well. So again, if you're having any issues following me on the place where we keep the photos, I can encourage you can follow me over on the other feeds as well to be able to navigate any of those issues. Thank you. Absolutely. All right, and we are also at 30.3K likes. So when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Did we confirm the Alexandra who got on the list? Oh, that does help, Lilium. Let's do that. Okay, Lilium is the first person we've got on the list right now. Lilium, you were the one who sent the donation, correct? Excellent. And thank you, Hardy P, for those gifts. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Excellent. I'm going to watch my family tomorrow and see how they all hug. I love that. I hate hugging a family gathering. It's more disrespectful. Oh, understood, dear. Excellent. All right, we're going to get started. So, second call, Lilium, were you the individual who got on the list? Oh, it was you. I see it there. Oh, Alex. Okay. So Alexandria Shipley is on the list right now. So Alexandria, if you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We have a plethora of Alexandrias. I'm okay with it. It's a beautiful name. The list right now, Hannah, if you'd like to get on the list, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. You'll be the 6th person read for. Excellent. And before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire dragon. How you doing today, Big? All right, and thank you for the follow. All right, I'm going to keep this here for this reading. And I'm also going to pin up Alexandria Shipley. Guys, make sure to give Alexandria some love. One moment, we're doing an Akashic. And Hannah, I've got you on the list as well. We've got 5 spots left today before the list will be closed. Let me just I gotta put a sheet over these. I have to put a sheet over these cards. And if you want to see today's spread, I'll have it posted on the stack later today when I go to the full reading is up on the stack. When I go up, I'll be going up later to add the photo for today's spread if you're interested in seeing it. All right, we're doing an Akashic right now for Alexandria. And yes, let me see here. Okay. Come on. Oh, that's why it's transfers. Oh, wow. So order in the chaos is what I keep on seeing. There's something really valuable and important that I would not be surprised if you've often had a hard time staying organized, is what I keep on seeing. I would not be surprised if you had a hard time staying organized, because what I effectively see is, and I want to describe this. You know, I feel like you have this very, very beautiful way of being able to understand and recognize, how do I describe this? This is so, it's like lost art kind of energy. So it's like whenever I have to read for someone with like lost art, it's like it's so hard because then I have to like figure out words that we don't have for things. And it's like, and no offense, like no, absolutely no offense to you, but it's like it's hard to be able to articulate upon lost arts, um, because and it does feel to me like it has a connection point, to a past life, because and I want to describe this here about, there's something about you taking organic approaches to things, and I keep on hearing, and this is the thing about it, right? um, when when we are too focused on energetic systems, we lose lost arts, is what I keep on hearing, right? When we are too focused on organized systems, we lose lost arts, because I keep on getting that there's something that you're trying to communicate, which says to somebody, the fabrication is the point, right? The ability, like this is what we talk about when we talk about the value of craft, right? The modality of not saying I have something, but the force of effort that goes into energetically creating something, right? It's the understanding and the recognition of the energy that we imbue into the things that we care about, is what I keep on seeing. And I would not be surprised if there's experiences by which energy, that's what I meant, like I would not be surprised if energy often sees you, it misperceives you in the space of identifying something that is hard to, I keep wondering, someone that is hard to categorize, right? I would not be surprised if you're very eclectic. I would not be surprised if there's often those who misinterpret, right? Like I keep on hearing someone who misinterprets your eclecticness as chaotic, because I keep on saying, make no mistake, there's no chaos in an eclectic system, right? Because usually the way you can usually tell the difference between someone chaotic and someone eclectic is give me a minute. Is what I keep on, right? The difference, the way you can usually tell the importance between telling the difference between chaotic and eclectic is give me a minute, which is if you like, and I wouldn't be, I see you like working through something and someone being like, where are you going with this, and being like, what, like I often see this with someone who carries a lot of Gemini placements, right? And this is why, again, like the space by which you have to give someone a moment to get to something, right? And I like to point this out. Like, this is what I always define. Like, this is what I love. Like, this is why you have to be ready to like embrace something when you see it, someone with like Gemini placements. Because I don't know where your Gemini placements is, but it feels very Gemini in this reading. Because often when you're sitting with a Gemini, you're like this. Like you're going like this, and then suddenly they put that last piece in, and you go, you like that's it's like that, it's that type of energy, like that moment of someone being like growing more and more concerned, and growing more and more concerned, and growing more and more concerned, and then you add that last piece, and they go, right, and this is what we talk about with being able to kind of come into the space of allowing someone the moment to get to where they're going, right? And I feel like the hard part with you has potentially been energy that has not been patient enough, right? Seeing something by you trying to get to the point, and another person lacking patience and seeing only chaos because they didn't have the patience to be able to allow you to arrive to the place by which you were about to blow their mind. You know, their loss, their loss, right? And I feel like it's hard because I keep on getting like that modality, like somebody, and I keep on hearing, I would not be surprised if you're someone who often is going to have that experience by which others apologize to them later. Like somebody apologizing to you very late in life and being like, I'm sorry I couldn't see your genius. right? Like that's what's hard about it. Like that experience, right? The modality by which another person reflects their impatience onto you, right? The modality by which someone writes you off because they themselves lack the patience to allow you to get to the end of your sentence. Their loss. They don't get to come back in. And you know why, right? They don't get to come back in. You know why. They get to hear about it. They get to hear they get to hear about what they lost because they weren't patient enough to wait for you to get to the end of that sentence. And it's a heavy weight, right? It's a heavy weight. But it also says to me that there's something very, like, there's a lot of that work that I see that you're doing because I keep on seeing, like, that is the sound of you creating a masterpiece, is what I keep on hearing, right? The modality by which I would not be surprised that even in the modality of you trying to explain to someone, somebody being like, I don't have time for this, and you being like, exactly. Right, exactly. I don't have time for this, you being like, exactly. Exactly. Right. And so I want you to be patient with yourself in relationality to the work that you're doing. Um, Good things take time, right? And I keep on hearing not losing, like not losing. Don't get like you're needed now. Like keep on, you're needed now. Like this type of energy is needed now more than ever. Is what I keep on seeing because it's the modality by which we have to articulate, right? And I think I remember I keep on hearing the word lost art around you, which is somebody being like, what's the point? And being like, exactly. Like the fact that another person can't see the intrinsic value in making sure that we energetically preserve things. Because I keep on hearing what we preserve tells the story of what we care about, is all I keep on hearing. What we choose to preserve tells the story of what we care about. And the modality by which I see you effectively working every day to preserve, another person saying, what's the point? And you being like, exactly. Exactly. That's what I keep on seeing. It's the understanding. Somebody seeing something integral and saying, like, it looks meaningless and being like, you lack meaning. Right? Bottom of the deck. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. Right? Like six of wands in its reversal, right? The beauty, like this is what we keep on getting, right? The beauty. I don't know why. Like I feel like there's something about you creating something beautiful, and another person trying to say, but is it practical? And I almost hear you saying like, why are you so obsessed with practicality? And almost somebody being like, because if it doesn't do anything, what's the point of it? And you being like, you having to say to them, like, are your dreams practical? Is what I keep on hearing, you know, right? Like the space by which we articulate, like the space by which we articulate what practicality is. I keep on hearing dreams are necessary, right? Like what's the point? Like what's the point of all this practical if we can't have dreams? Is what I keep on hearing. So I often feel like it's like you're definitely going to have those moments by which, and I keep on seeing this, um, like energy trying to bring you like down to earth, right? But I keep on hearing like down to earth is often the modality of someone that says the only things like the only like the only things like I don't know, I keep on hearing the message, and this is like I feel like this is you almost like having to heal from some kind of ancestral wound of someone saying like the only things of worth are what nourish us. But I see you saying like you having to help another person say nourishment comes in many forms, right? Like, and I feel like there's some kind of conversation you're having with someone in relationality to soul nourishment, which is the modality by which we say to someone, right? Like, If you don't nourish the soul, there's no nourishment on earth that will leave you satisfied. That's something important, is what I keep on hearing. You can write that down, right? If you don't nourish the soul, there's no earthly nourishment that will leave one satisfied, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like you've lost people because of their unrecognized hunger. And even in their unrecognized hunger, they've tried to effectively articulate to you that something was meaningless, and yet they proceed even hungrier, is what I keep on hearing, right? And I feel like it's your ability to see that, which is why I keep on saying it's like their loss, is what I keep on hearing, because I feel like there's something about you arriving to that point, by which I said, be prepared for someone apologizing as they get older, because it's them being able to see the void space that they've left in their spirit, in a life that they proceeded to only look at the practical instead of thinking about the spiritual. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person, gosh, my handwriting, man. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. Order and chaos is exactly what we need in this chat. I like the chat just the way it is. I go from very organized to suddenly feeling very scattered. But I keep on saying, it's like that eclectic energy's got hands. Right? So I keep on saying, it finds you. Absolutely. This makes sense, along with me being who I am, a lost art. Yep. Yeah, give me a minute. Allow me to reference my library. Exactly, exactly. Gemini moon. Thank you for confirming that Gemini energy I was seeing. Yeah, you summed that up nicely. That's my lived experience in so many ways. Yeah. Yeah, it's their loss energy. Mary, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, I need to ask that you stop repeating the question over and over again in the chat space. That's not how we have questions answered here. In order to have a question answered, you just send the the donation amount. I'm happy to read for you. It's also really not polite to those who are trying to communicate. Thank you for respecting the chat space. And Susan, I'm going to ask you again, so I don't want to be in the space by which I have to mute or block you, but you continue to come into the chat space and you post the same thing every day. So I'm going to ask you, this is going to be your final warning. I appreciate the fact that you're in that space and that you're looking for a partner, but this isn't a matchmaking service. So I'm not sure why you keep on stating that here. I'm happy to have communication with you, but I'm starting to believe that you're potentially a bot, because it's literally the only thing that you say every single day when you enter into this room. So again, I'm going to ask if the next time you post that, I am going to have to proceed to block and mute you. And again, thank you for respecting the chat space where there are those who are trying to have productive conversations. Yeah, that literally just happened in my relationship in those exact words almost. Thank you for confirming what I was reading for. Yep. Thank you. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you as well, dear. Hi there, Carrie. Oh, I do my best. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. We're going to become a matchmaking service. All right, we're going to continue right now. We're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is, did I write Danae? I believe that's Danae. Yeah, that's Danae I wrote down there. Danae, if you're here, can you write down, can you let me know if you would like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can post that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Okay, I've got you, dear. Oh, I love that question. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The frog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I am going to pin up creative here. Guys, make sure to give creative some love. Spirit guides on love and divine counterpart. Love that question. Four cards, please. Wow. You know, there's something. Okay. So we need to, there's like, I'm picking up that there was a very significant karmic wound in a past life in relationality to an energetic connection. And the thing I want to describe what I'm seeing here. And it doesn't feel so much like your work. Like I feel like I see you've been actively healing from it. Especially here. I don't know. I feel like a lot of it's stored here. Yeah, and that makes sense. There are, the word I want to state is deliverance. And the way I want to articulate this is when we energetically care about each other, right? Then we effectively are always, like, I want to describe this, the state by which we are always there for each other is not something that we do for everyone. And I want to describe what I'm seeing here. Like I literally see a situation by which there's an energetic connection point. And they had a huge intimacy wound. The space by which they would look to you as their source of truth, like failing to recognize the divine counterpart that was standing beside them all along. Like that's the type of energy that I'm seeing here, right? The modality by which another person says, I don't do anything without checking with you first, right? The modality by which another person literally sees another person as their source of truth, right? Somebody who was going through a situation by which they say, like, you helped me see through, like, my own confusion. And I want to describe this because it has to do with working through the space of identifying. And I like to describe this as the healing that we have for something strange. The way that we understand the space that we have in terms of recognizing our healing for looking for something that we don't understand or recognize is often moving in the direction of the space of working through, like, our own end, is what I keep on seeing. And I literally see a situation by which you were trying, you were brought towards somebody. Like, you were literally brought towards somebody, like, in a moment by which they themselves had the opportunity to heal. And I think what's interesting about it is you were the best person that they ever met. And even in the space by which they were building into that, I see, right? I literally see somebody who is blind to what you are offering them. And what happens with this, and I like to point this out, like, when somebody has not healed their own vice, when they don't realize that their vice is connected to their passion, right? That they aren't necessarily recognizing the fact that they're moving through life not idealizing a manifestation goal, but rather only in service to their passion, right? The space by which I see a situation by which they could have literally had everything that they were passionate or desiring through you. Like, you were effectively the door by which they could have had a healthy space to explore all of those energetic passions, but they had to let go of the control necessary, right? They had to recognize, they had to effectively let go, right? They had to come into the space of being vulnerable enough to actually heal. I feel like I see a situation in a past life by which you literally saw somebody choose, like, they chose their passion, like they chose their unhealthy passion over them, over you. And what's awful about that is I feel like I see a past life where you had to literally watch the outcome, right? And I feel like the reason I'm bringing this up is I feel like this is important in relationality to the counterpart that you're building into. Because I feel like the space that I see this is the counterpart, your counterpart has gone through that journey. And often when I see somebody in this modality, someone does not make that mistake twice, is what I keep on hearing. Because it often understands. And I feel like this is, I see somebody, right? I would not be surprised right now if this is a counterpart that potentially works in some capacity in helping others heal their vices. Because I just keep on hearing the divine counterpart saying, vice is a knife I don't cut myself on twice. Vice is a knife I don't cut myself on twice. And the reason I keep on hearing them say, vice is a knife I don't cut myself on twice, is because I literally see somebody in their last moments in the past life recognizing, like, you were their last thought. You were like, they remember, like, I feel like they remembered the moment that they chose that vice over you. And I feel like there's something about their Akashic that I'm seeing that's written there that says, vice is a knife I don't cut myself on twice, which is the modality by which they understand. Like, I almost see somebody who came back specifically to be able to make that energetically matter by helping others through their own vice to understand the source of the fact that I keep on seeing the space by which another person recognizes how detrimental the drive towards vice is. And I keep on hearing and I keep on hearing them say that the way you can usually tell the difference between something healthy and something detrimental is being able to see the future on the other end of it, right? And I keep on hearing this person has healed their relationship. I see this energy being like, I've healed my relationship to mystery. Mystery's misery is what I hear them saying. Mystery's misery, because I keep on hearing like the vice is the manifestation towards like a question mark. And I literally see them understanding, right? Like that's the energy that I keep on seeing, that even healthy curiosity has a sentence attached to it, right? It's the desire, it's the idea, it's the desire to know that allows us to grow in healthy directions. And I feel like that, like the weight of this past life on a person, I feel like I see somebody who almost like moves towards a world with like almost helping others like heal. Like I like literally see somebody like trying helping others to heal their curiosity and saying like, yeah, like that is the ego. Like I hear somebody saying like that is the ego that's lost, that's looking for something but isn't able to articulate what they're looking for, right? Like I keep on hearing like that is a lot of the work that I see that they've healed. And I feel like their ability, like, and I feel like that's how you're like, that is the connection point by which you yourself are going to build a connection with someone. Because I see somebody who has been carrying that wound a long time. And that ability of being, I keep on hearing I keep on hearing them say they're not going to make that mistake twice, because I feel like like they've been carrying that burden within them this whole time and looking. I feel like it's like they're looking for you. And like, I feel like they're like actively looking for you so that they can make it right by you, is what I keep on getting. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah. And this is what we talk about. And I need to stress this, right? And I feel like this is the work that I see that you've been doing, right? Because I feel like the work that I see that you've been doing is recognizing and understanding the value and significance of understanding and working through. Healthy energy takes accountability for for what we can work through, right? And I feel like this is what I keep on hearing. Like you moved away from an experience almost in a space of being open to the possibility of healing it. But I keep on seeing you having had to walk away from situations, not because you didn't know what was going on, but because another person refused to reveal it to you, right? And I feel like that's been a big burden that you have to carry. The modality by which I see the modality of you saying everything good that you want. I would never deny you the possibility of finding your joy. You just have to do it in energetic alignment, because I feel like it's almost something that you say to another person. How can I protect you? How can my love protect you if I don't know what's going on? Is what I keep on hearing, right? So that modality by which you've had to often walk away from energy in the capacity of someone's like you literally saying to someone like, look, this is what I see. Like, just tell me, right? Like your ability being like, I'm like, just be honest. And the energy creating the space of refusing to take accountability. I feel like I keep on hearing your divine counterpart is literally healing the wound by which they will take accountability. And it's not the space by which I feel like anything that you energetically reveal to them is not necessarily the space by which they deny it, but the only thing they would not articulate is something that they themselves could not see within them. And I like to point this out, that when somebody is in a healthy space and we show them a tendency, the sound we should hear is thank you, not how dare you. And I know that that's been hard for you, because I feel like these situations of understanding, healthy energy appreciates being able to see blind spots, right? Energy that doesn't want to change will pronounce audacity in you effectively saying something that is completely correct. And I feel like your ability to recognize that, it's hard because I keep on hearing X marks the target, right? Which is the space by which that you potentially had those moments by which you've articulated to someone exactly what's going on. And then they tried to make it sound like you destroyed something because you claimed something that wasn't true, that later came out to be absolutely true, is helping you understand that that is a protective gift. Because, and I keep on hearing the same message from Spirit that says when we show someone an energetic blind spot and they're truly desiring to heal, the only sound we should hear is thank you. I feel like you need to write that down. When another person is true in their authenticity and we show them an energetic blind spot, the only sound we should hear is thank you. And the modality by which another person says to you, how dare you, right, and then tries to articulate that that's the reason that they're energetically separating from you, right? X marks the spot, right? You saw their blind spot. It was intentional and you weren't wrong, right? But they had to make it seem like you were wrong because they were trying to energetically protect it in the space by which you could see it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Danae. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is, I'm going to take a moment. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on the list today. If you want to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. Fifth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. You said wow too. You saw it too, right? Absolutely. No. I said wow too. I'm paying attention. Yes. Oh, I do my best, Dr. Genuine. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages and being a part of this collective as well. Happy to have you. And Melissa, thank you for the follow. Oh, welcome, dear. If you want to exchange a gift for a reading, the gift exchange rate for a reading is a baby dragon or higher. So thank you. What is vice is advice. Well, I want to I think that, and I want to point this out, right? Like vice is something that we cannot see a future in, right? Like that's what we taught, like that's what we articulate with vice. Like vice is seeing something that we can't see a positive outcome upon, right? It's moving towards the drive towards the unknown instead of being able to recognize a healthy manifestation goal, is what I keep on seeing, right? Being like, ooh, what's that? Question mark. That's vice. Yeah, absolutely. No, I understand. And I want to point this out because I feel like even in a space like, and I like to point like, and I want to describe this, like, because often I feel like the recognition, like the disparity between what we identify as vice versus, like, and I like to point out, like, versus something that feels positive is the modality by which it is energetically supportive to a system. So I'm trying to articulate upon this. The vice that I am specifically identifying in this reading is somebody moving towards something not because they can see an ideal outcome towards it, but just to satisfy or satiate a curiosity, if that makes sense. You're so welcome, dear. No, and this is what I need to point this out. Like, and that's what I meant, Luna, in terms of understanding this. Healthy curiosity has an ideal endpoint, right? Like the identification point of being able to recognize and identify something is being able to see, like the aspiration of the intention and relationality to what's on the other side of it. Yes, you're welcome, dear. And thank you, Star, for the follow. Edgar, thank you for the follow as well. Absolutely. And thank you for reposting, Lucas. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. All right, you're welcome. Hi there, Yaz. It's not, yeah, and I want to be clear. It's not about choice. It's about working towards the manifestation goal, right? The clarity of the endpoint is building into a healthy manifestation goal, right? Not the satisfaction. And here's the thing about it. We need a healthy sense of curiosity as we're moving towards manifestation goals, right? So it's not the fact that curiosity is negative, but the modality by which we never want to build into the context by which the curiosity itself is the manifestation goal. That would be the articulation point of vice, if that makes sense. Thank you. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, oh yes, I noticed the gift here in Ken. Oh, I appreciate. Thank you for letting me know, dear. Interesting. So it seems like the rate changes. Thank you for making me aware of that. I don't know how to like. And here's the like. I need to point this out. And I need to clarify this too. So I recognize that the gift value is a little bit higher than if we just do a straight rate of exchange. The hard part you have to understand, and this is for any creators who receive gifts. The difficulty in terms of exchanging a gift for a reading is that we don't get the full amount for it, right? So the gift itself has to be a little bit higher than it would be in the space by which we effectively do a regular like exchange between, to be able to factor in the amount that's taken out in the space by which it's almost like the modality by which I don't get that full amount, if that makes sense. Oh, I love the fact that somebody with the name Saint, very saint-like behavior happening right now in the comments. Just posting non sequiturs, just like a saint, saintly. I mean, I kind of like almost want to allow it to continue, because this is a very good example of the force of projection. Saint, I've got a very simple rule for this space. This is a safe space for those who are here. As long as you're kind in the chat space, you're welcome to stay. I wouldn't allow that conversation to happen towards anybody else in the chat. If you were saying that to anybody else here, I would immediately mute you. But I need to point out, and I'm very guaranteed, I would probably put money on the fact that you're going to try to claim that Yeshua's orchestrating this. I'm very familiar with the teachings of Yeshua, and I need to point out that nothing in that was ever in the space of casting judgment on others. In fact, if you look at that book often articulates the fact that Yeshua would allow others in that others did not, that would say things about like that, right? So I need to ask you, when you look at that book, whose side are you on? Are you speaking to me from the side of Yeshua, which basically articulated that everyone is a neighbor and everybody is welcome at the table of the higher self? Or are you allowing the projection of the fear that you feel, that Yeshua is trying to make you aware of, build into the space of trying to feel like you need to energetically save those around you? Because there's nothing in that book that articulates upon the space of feeling the need to cast judgment in order to save. And the journey of Yeshua itself is the journey of another casting judgment upon Yeshua and then condemning them in the space of trying to love those that are around them. So I am going to have to go ahead and mute you now, because again, you're posting non sequiturs. You're not here to have conversation. You obviously have a lack space within you that you're trying to fulfill by trying to look at a book that teaches you the importance and significance of love, And instead of taking the message of love that is written in the book, you're allowing it to make you feel like you are pedestalized, that you're doing the work of the Savior in that book that speaks upon the fact that we are all energetically saved. And so I hope that you're able to revisit that book and truly understand the message within it. And I'm going to have to mute you because, again, the fact that you're posting non sequiturs is making it impossible to be able to for others to communicate through it. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to listen. I hope that there's something here that helps you heal. And I hope that there's a day that comes that you don't look at the world from a place of fear, but you're able to embody the love that is found in the story of someone that was literally willing to put themselves before the condemnation of others to extend how much they cared about those around them. Thank you. And I wish you to find that healing. I hope you have a better day. All right, we're going to continue right now. Again, I apologize, my friends, for that intermission. We're going to get back to the reading. The next person on the list for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 36.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, we've got a dream coming through on the disco. I'm excited. Excellent. And thank you guys for being here and supporting each other in the chat space. Excellent. I mean, of all the places they could be, yet they find themselves here. Of course. Oh, no, really? OG. Good to see you. I love how OG just drops. I love you just drop in, like out of the blue. It's just a banger. Oh. Beautiful. All right. Let's continue right now. And the next person, and just a reminder to anyone who wants to get on the list right now, we've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Emo cow. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up, Ivana here. Make sure to give Ivana some love. And guys, just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purpose of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Just bear with me a moment. All right. Okay. Got to break out the dream coconut. Yes. I'm getting better at it. I feel like I am. All right, we've got outside tea. We've got a dream interpretation. One moment, please. And guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. About 2 weeks ago, I dreamed I was in a 2-story house. I met some friends and they introduced me to a new girl. We were gathering things for donations, and she said she knew people who could come and help out. And I said, sure. We had like a mini donation event, but I was feeling a bit tired. So I went to my room and I went to sleep. When I woke up, I saw a lot of people outside having a party instead of working on the donations. They were drinking and having loud music and got so upset. And I got so upset that I cursed at them and I told them that whoever did not belong there needed to leave. So only about 5 people stayed. There was this one guy though, and he looked like a bad boy, the leader of the group. It felt like he was watching me in a let's see who's better than whom kind of way. I would look through the window and glance at him, and I knew he could see me, so I would hide again. The donations were chips, and coal. And then it jumped to where my friends were face painting me like a skull figure on my face, using the colors red, blue, and yellow. When they were done, there were singers and musicians, and they were all wearing white or beige clothing and were singing and playing ancestral music with drums and indigenous flutes. I was dancing in the middle, and I saw my grandmother, my dad's mom. She is still alive. She looked at me and started clapping and was enjoying my dance. And then I woke up. Can I get 4 cards, please? Got 2 there, and they're bottom of the deck. And can I get 2 more, please? And 1 more. Yep. Okay. So I feel like this is a really lovely dream because it's effectively helping you to identify and recognize coming into the holistic understanding of the self. And this is the work that we see that is identified in the fact that you articulated it, that you started the dream in a 2-story house, right? And that is the modality by which there's a top floor and a bottom floor. And the way I like to describe it is often when we see homes in the space of dream, we recognize that we're working into the mansion of the self. And what's ideal, like what's nice is when we're in a healthy mansion, we know what's going on the top floor and we know what's going on the bottom floor. And they might be a little bit of different experience, but they're still energetically integrated, right? And this is you working into the integration of the self in relationality to identifying and recognizing what feels energetically healthy. So we see this initially in the space that you identified that you are in that 2-story house, right? So we see like the higher self and the egoic self, right? And then you said you were gathering things for donations and you met somebody and they said that they knew people who could come and help. And you said, sure, right? You had a little mini donation event and you were feeling a bit tired. So you said you went to, and it's funny, it's interesting, and I need to point this out. You went to my room, but you didn't write my room, you wrote me room, right? So you went into the self and you went to sleep. And the modality by which we build into the context of trusting each other is the space by which we don't have to be present for something to continue to move the way that we would expect it to be. So what happened in the space by which you were asleep? You said you woke up, right? And you saw a lot of people outside, okay? And these are the people by which the other person said could help, right? And you identify, right, the space by which another person said they could help. But what were they doing? Were they there and were they helping? No, they were not helping. They were not helping, right? You saw them having a party instead of working on the donations, right? And you said that they were drinking and having loud music. And you said you got so upset that you cursed at them and told them that whoever did not belong there needed to leave. So only about 5 people stayed. There was this one guy, though, okay, who looked like a bad boy, and that's the leader of the group. And you said you felt like they were watching you in a let's see who's better than whom kind of way. And you looked through the window and you glanced at them and you knew that they could see you, right? And then you would hide again. Okay, so what we're effectively identifying here, okay? And here's the thing about it, and I need to get a little bit of clarity because something that you wrote here in the space of the dream it felt like a little bit of a non sequitur, okay? Because you identified that there were donations that were being received. But the thing that we see that was being energetically received, and I need to get clarity in terms of how you articulated this because I'm trying to, in itself, understand. I'm trying to recognize the identification point of the statement by which you said that there were donations, okay? But the identification point of the donations not being what you energetically expected. Now, a lot of the work that we see here is based upon and built upon healthy intention, right? And so what do we see that is happening in the space of the dream, right? We have the modality by which you're doing something and you're very, very focused on a manifestation goal. You know what it is that you're looking to achieve. You know that you're effectively gathering for the sake of donation, right? And so we see that the convolution point happening in the first part of the dream was the space by which others were turning it more into an energetic party, right? The space by which you looked at someone and said, we're getting off topic, right? This is no longer representing what it is that we intended to do, but rather the identification of others that aren't there so much for the desire to help, but more in the context of revelry, right? And this, okay, and this is where we see that there's something very interesting that happens, right? Because then we see that the dream, to a certain extent, becomes ancestral, right? Because you identified the fact by which you identified that it jumped to where you had friends who were face painting with a skull figure on your face and using the colors red, blue, and yellow. And you said that when they were done, there were singers and musicians, and they were all wearing white or beige clothing, and they were singing and playing ancestral music. Okay? Now, this is where I would ask you if there is something in relationality to this dream that corroborates to your own familial lineage, or the modality of something that is effectively connected to you on an ancestral level. Because what's effectively happening right now, right, is you're getting into, right, and this is what's beautiful about it, you're getting into a conversation on celebration that feels like it's sacred, right? The space by which you saw, right, what happened, like there's something really beautiful that's happening in this dream space, right? You were trying to do something that was energetically sacred, right? And then you felt like someone was coming and they were distorting the sacredness that you were trying to bring to it. Because why? The intention was not built upon the celebration of the donation, but rather someone just basically coming into the space of, right, like coming into the space by which you didn't feel like they were continuing to remember why they were energetically there. And then when you said to everybody, everybody can go, right? There was still somebody there, right? And that individual you saw was actually a guide, right? Because the identification point of the guide, what do guides do? Guides want to show us things, right? And even in the modality by which you said you knew that they could see you, right? But then you were hiding, right? Is them effectively helping you get into better space in terms of connecting to the celebration that you felt would be sacred, right? How to bring, right? How to unify the top space, the desire for the donation, and also the egoic space, the energy that wants to be there to effectively celebrate something. And so what do we see? The reason we can see that this is a healthy guide is a healthy guide never tells us what to do. They show us things to take into consideration. And so we see that there's an ancestral guide coming towards you. And what are they showing you? They're showing you a way to bring celebration to something, but in a way that feels energetically sacred, right? The modality of seeing a situation by which the friends are effectively painting you, right? And they're putting on that skull figure on your face, right? So they're in the modality by which there's a celebration, but the celebration is one that feels like it honors the self. And they're utilizing the primary colors, which is also the identification point of being able to recognize and identify what matters, right? The space or the capacity by which we find joy. And then you said when they were done, there were singers and musicians, and they were wearing clothing and they were singing ancestral music that felt like it was deeply influenced in indigenous roots, right? And you were dancing in the heart of it, and you saw your grandmother who was your dad's mom, who's still alive, and she looked at you and she started clapping and was enjoying the dance too. So what we see here is you being able to recognize it's not that you don't have a problem with revelry, right? You don't have a problem with revelry. Your ancestral connection is one that's perfectly fine with revelry, so long as the intention is healthy, right? What was the intention of the guide being like, I'm here, I'm staying, like the energy being like, I want to show you something about, right, the healthy celebration, right? Being like, don't discount the fact that you can't be in a space by which you donate and you can also celebrate, right? The modality of being able, and this is what the guide was doing, right? The guide being like, listen, right? There's a way to energetically integrate these. Let's talk about it in the space of saying, listen, we can have celebration that's energetically sacred, but how do we build into the sacred celebration, not forgetting what's energetically important, which is why you saw, right, your friends painting your face with a skull, because I have to point out what happened in the first part of the dream that wasn't healthy, right? It was when you weren't looking that something was energetically happening, right? The modality of working through the space of seeing others that were effectively reveling, like in a space of revelry, but weren't being conscientious to what the importance of the actual space, like the day was, right? Or the significance of it. So this is again a guide showing you and saying, what about that bothered you? Was it the fact that they were in a state of revelry, right? Or the modality of like, or that like, was that a space by which you should have sent them away, right? And this is what the guide is asking you in the terms of the question. Was the result the space of sending them away, or was there a possibility of reorienting, right? Recognizing and reorienting to help others recognize what was energetically sacred. So I feel like this is again a good guide shows us things, right? A good guide never articulates, but they show us things to say, right? Like what allows the context of being able to navigate something, right? And so it's interesting because the modality by which, right, when you see something that isn't exactly positive, right? If you send something away, you don't give someone the ability to heal, right? Sometimes it's the space by which instead of pushing away, we energetically recenter, right? We energetically educate. We allow someone the context of being able to see why something is important. And we see the guide in the dream space doing this to you, right? And that's why you're kind of hiding from them because they were like, come here, come here, come here. I want to show you something. Right? Because even in the space by which you were avoiding, you kind of it's like, I've got a little, I want to talk to you about something. I want to talk to you about something, right? So that's the modality by which, again, you're helping to energetically resolve potentially and particularly when you see somebody. I keep on hearing, we can be celebratory, but we can also be sacred, right? And the space by which we're energetically celebratory and sacred is the space by which we don't energetically forget what it is that is important, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the moon card, right? And that is why the dream was the space by which you started with the two rooms, right? Because that is the alignment point in saying, right, that the modality of understanding, right, like the unified space of doing something is not the space by which we can't be in a place by which we are happy, but we don't lose our focus of intention, right? And so that's why we see that identification point, because it's helping you with your own shadow work, potentially with a tendency of seeing someone doing something that is not ideal, and instead of educating them, saying, go away, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are two things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was doing that reading. We're also at 40.9K for the individuals who are on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Absolutely. You made my day. I'm sorry. The reason I'm laughing is because Per said, doing great, Ivana. Instead of doing charity, you went to sleep. I'm sorry. I can't. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm fine. I mean, I think that, but I feel the dream, the idea of going to sleep in the dream is the modality of something going the way you expect without your eyes on it. But it's very funny. And thank you, Psychic, for the follow. I can't right now. And then criticizing others for having a party. But I need to point this out, right? Like, but this is what we talk about. Like, this is beautiful because there's a guide stepping forward in this dream saying, like, is there another way you could have handled that? Right? It's like that's what we see in the dream space. Like, what's beautiful about it is it's like literally like that's what the guide is effectively saying, being like, were there other ways to effectively navigate that situation? Right. And that's what's beautiful about a good guide. A good guide isn't going to articulate, they're going to be like, hey, look, I want to bring this to your attention, right? I want to bring this to your attention, you know? And thank you for those heart me's, Carrie. I appreciate you. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you're a super fan who would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your complimentary one card reading today. Yeah, like there was a flashback of what had been donated by people, which was interesting. So it was chips and coal. But I think it's interesting too, because I think one of the things that we see there, and I'm curious about the space by which you identify or work through that, right? I recognizing and identifying what the donations were, because even in the modality of those being interesting things to donate, right? The modality by which we see, right? And this is often what I keep on getting, right? Helping another person, right? In the modality by which someone was bringing something towards you, but it wasn't what you expected, was the solution to be more energetically specific, right? Right? Like not working into the space of being like, not like that, of being like, do this instead, right? Yeah. But in the dream, I wasn't very, yeah, and here's the point, right? In the dream, you weren't being specific on what was being donated, right? Which is the identification of saying, was the difficulty there the fact that others did not come with what you expected? Was it the response, like, was it something to effectively send them away or to re-articulate, right? Right? Like, that's what's beautiful about that guide. They were saying, did what you experienced, was that a result of energy not trying or not being specific in relationality to what you were looking for, right? Yes, and for what purpose? Yes, my father's side was from Colombia, and music sometimes uses a lot of those instruments. So we see even there that connection point, right? Like that is potentially an ancestral guide that's articulating, that's saying you can be sacred and have a modality of celebration as long as everyone remembers why it's important or why you're energetically there in the first place, right? Yep. I do get goosebumps every time I hear that music. That's beautiful. Oh, it's absolutely, in a good way, absolutely. And thank you for allowing me to have that reading with you and sending you so much support on that journey. And again, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Thank you as well for the follow, Spider-Man. And you're so welcome, Ivana. Let's continue right now. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. All right, let's continue. The next person. Yeah, too many credits. Absolutely. I felt some energy. Oh, again, hold on a minute, guys. Please remember, a true reader will never ask you to reach out to them for a reading. And please remember, this is my only account. Thank you for being here, and make sure that you're staying safe. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, I've already got your cards out. They came out as I was ending Ivana's reading. You've got 5 cards here, so there's a lot here. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Kath had to step away. Okay, thank you for confirming, dear. All right. I'm going to put these cards aside because they do feel like they're Kath's cards. Okay, and the next person that we have on the list right now is, what did I write? Good Lord. Oh, Pieces. Thank you. Pieces, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. 4 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Second call for Kath or Pieces. Second call for Kath or Pieces. Excellent. Pieces, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading, or if you would like, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for that information, I'm going to we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the cow, emo cow. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, Kath, you're back, dear. Pieces is next. We were looking for you, but you're after Pieces. But I've got your cards here too. So I'm putting these over here, and we're going to get to Pieces reading. Excellent. All right. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolute lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the 4th person read for right now. Okay. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. 4 cards, please. 2 more. And 1 more. Thank you. So one thing I'm seeing, so in relationality to the difference right now between work and personal, is it's really a situation by which it feels like it's requiring you to have to take different approaches. And the one thing I see that's really important right now is not crossing the streams in relationality to what those approaches are. And, you know, the one thing I'm identifying in the personal space right now I do feel like there's a conversation um, to have with another person in relationality to, and I keep on hearing this, um, when we articulate that in relationship, mutual happiness is shared priority. And I want you to write that down. Mutual happiness is shared priority, which is the observation of understanding that in healthy relationship, we work towards energetic happiness in the space of being able to identify what that perfect manifestation goal is, right? Mutual investiture in shared happiness. And I think that there's something important as it relates to, I don't know why, it's some kind of energetic plan or being able to articulate to another in terms of a plan. And I keep on hearing like this is what's beautiful about healthy relationship, because healthy relationship allows the modality of being able to say, right, I don't feel the way I energetically expected upon the direction that I effectively move towards, right? The understanding of being able to recognize or identify what feels energetically ideal. I feel like there's something really important about having that conversation with someone, or basically being able, and I keep on hearing the beautiful thing about talking through our own energetic dissatisfaction is that it gives someone the capacity to recognize and identify what would be better, right? And I feel like that's what I keep on hearing. You and another person need to have bettering conversations, because the modality by which we feel that we have to grin and bear something is often the sound, right? As like, look at that, like as my cord comes out, right? The modality by which we feel like we're grinning and bearing is the sound of us becoming bitter, right? The space by which we feel like we have to grin and bear is literally the sound of us becoming bitter, right? And this is why we talk through things, right? This is why we energetically address things, because when we work through, right, when we work through our own like feelings of frustration, we're able to define new solutions. So I keep on hearing having solution driven conversations with someone in relationality to what could be better. And I keep on getting that healthy energy is always mutually invested in the work to create unified happiness, right? Which is not the space by which another person is going to navigate feeling, right? Like, and this is what we talk about, right? Often the trauma of unhealthy relationship makes us feel, right? Like, this is what trauma feels like, the space by which we feel like there's some kind of danger in being able to articulate our distress. And I feel like I see you healing that in a big way, right? Because the modality by which you're able to articulate, right, as long as your distress has a direction attached to it, right? Like as long as you're having the work to be able to absolve the energetic concern, and then you're not saying to someone, what do I do about it? But I have a solution. Do you have any other ideas? Is how we have a productive conversation in relationality to what it is that we're working to change, right? Or what we're working to do better. And I feel like that ability, like you and another person, I feel like I already see you doing that. But I keep on hearing every time, right? Every time you have a conversation by which you articulate to another, right? What that fear is, but then bringing a solution attached to it is the ability, like that is the sound of you fortifying an already strong partnership. Now, in relationality to work, there's something about this work energy that I'm seeing. And I keep on hearing there's something to be said about energy that makes us feel like we ourselves are regressing, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like something that I'm identifying there is like, and I keep on hearing a reorientation conversation, like having been at a location long enough to be able to articulate what you expected versus what you energetically found there is what I keep on hearing. Like that's what a reorientation conversation is, which is the ability by which we're able to effectively articulate like what our impression was versus the energetic reality of a thing. And I keep on hearing it might be a good time to have a reorientation conversation, which is the ability of being able to articulate, like I keep on hearing returning back to what another person stated would be would be the shape of work, right? Being like this is what we articulated upon, and making sure I keep on hearing like making sure that something you're doing is still arriving towards those aspirations, because I keep on getting um like I feel like there's something important there about being able to help another person. Like I keep on getting like the conversation that is created in terms of like I keep on hearing in terms of busy work versus goals, right? Like the modality of being able to do something, but doing something in the best way possible, right? Like having a conversation with someone in terms of feeling better equipped is what I keep on seeing. Or building some form of I keep wondering like building some form of energetic stability into something, right? I keep on hearing having a conversation with another related to positive infrastructure, which is the modality of being able to effectively arrive to something that allows one to be fully prepared for it. And so I keep on getting that that's one of your strongest points, right? So I keep on hearing make sure that you're having a productive conversation with another as it relates to infrastructure. And I keep on hearing, and the nice thing about an infrastructure conversation is not one that says this is what's lacking, but the space by which you say, this is what I think will help, right? And I feel like that's the modality by which I see like the same shape of the work in different forms, right? Like, and I feel like one is the articulation point of saying to another, right? Like, I want to talk, I want to have a vulnerable conversation with you about mutual direction, right? The other is you potentially saying, having like, I want to have a strong conversation with you about vulnerability, if that makes sense. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, right. Healthy direction, right? I feel like, I keep on seeing for someone like you, the understanding of preparation being everything, right? Like you can only like the space by which you have the stabilization in terms of what to expect allows you the context of doing something even stronger. So make sure you're having conversations in your life right now in terms of how you're innovating, right? Because you innovating right now in the personal space is you challenging yourself to talk more about how you're feeling in a way that allows one to feel better. and you having an innovative conversation in the professional space is you being able to identify and recognize to another person a system that would not make you have to spend so much time doing something, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like in both ways, like I keep on hearing, not expending time on frustration, but fortifying it through direct action, right? This is what progress looks like. Let's return back and revisit this and see, like I keep on hearing, like this is our checklist. So make sure you're getting checklists from both energy in the personal space and the professional space in relationality to what you're doing and how you're doing it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. And it's interesting too, because like as soon as I started reading for you, I was just like so blocked up. But that's what I mean. Like you saying, like this is what we need. Like this is what we need to do to overcome that energetic hurdle. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And this message connected to you too. It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 5 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. So just answering a question from the person who had the reading. Do I need to be concerned, or is it growth I'm experiencing? I've been vocal with purpose and staying out of drama. I feel like the work that we have to see is the modality by which you identify the feeling of concern, right? What is the nature? Like, are you in the capacity? Like, the way you identify that is being able to see progress, right? As long as there's progress, then it's not about the space of needing. And I feel like that in its way is like what I feel like you need to kind of like overcome, right? And I think that the word need to be concerned, you only get concerned if you're not seeing progress, right? Like that is the space by which we grow concerned. If there's something that you've articulated that needs to change and another person is not taking it in the same way that you are, like that in itself is concerning. That's why I said, like, make sure you have that checklist in terms of like what needs to be adapted or modified. Thank you, dear, for having that reading with me. We're also at 45K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Excellent. And we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, we're getting back to Kath. Kath, if you're still here, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments. Thank you as well. Hi there, Kath. How are you doing, dear? I got your cards here. I had to put them aside for a minute because I know where you've gone. Excellent. And before we continue right now, welcome, Esteban. Good to see you. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Absolutely lovely time to get on the list. And let me just post this here. We're also very close to that 50K benchmark. And when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. Highest priority. Okay, excellent. But before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you for participating. You're getting close there, Addie. Good to see you. All right. Got a lot of cards everywhere. Oh my goodness, what's going on with this calf? Okay. I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. Highest priority on what to look forward to this year. You know, it's interesting. Every time I read for you right now, I'm getting this Two of Cups. And the thing I keep on seeing, and I feel like, you know, it says to me, like, and I have to point this out. There's something that we work through in relation, like it's giving me a lot of help me help you kind of energy, right? Like I'm seeing some kind of circumstance or situation, um, by which like you and another person, like perpetually or continually, um, like, and it's interesting too, because it has to do, and I keep on hearing the same message coming through, which says healthy egos love peers, is what I keep on hearing. Healthy egos love peers. And why do I keep on hearing healthy egos love peers? Because it's the modality by which we see, right? Healthy egos love peers in the modality of recognizing and identifying, um, like the space by which we're working through something. But I even see like healthy egos love peers because it's the observation of someone that feels energetically excited, right? Like genuinely excited to have someone to effectively share something with, right? And this is what you'll often see, right? Like you'll often see this in the space of someone that's in a healthy egoic space. Healthy egos love peers because they don't feel energetically threatened by peers. But when someone is too much in an egoic space, right? You can often see the fact that, like, you often see the fact that you recognize that feeling of energetic isolation, or the space by which I keep hearing like the space by which another kind of like moves through something and pushes, like I keep hearing like pushes another away in the context of trying to build into that peership with them, right? And I almost see something like this occurring between you and somebody energetically, you know? Like, and I want to describe this as, and it's hard about it, is like I see it coming from you and being like, this is why I isolate. Right? And that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to you, right? The modality, like the modality by which you try, and this is what happens, like the modality by which you try, right, the modality by which you try to effectively, um, build into healthy connection, and another person pushes you away, often creates a space by which we feel frustrated for having tried in the first place. But this is what I keep on getting in relationality to you working to heal, because I almost see, like I see the space by which you're understanding, right? You're understanding the difference, right? You're understanding the difference between working through something, like I keep on hearing like working through something by which you yourself are energetically gregarious, is the word that's coming through, right? And I keep on hearing gregarity is precious, right? And why do I keep on hearing gregarity is precious? Because the modality by which we do our best, right? Like we do our best to effectively articulate or amplify the energy by which we welcome another's approach, right? That often when we're in our most gregarious, if someone's deep in their ego, we can usually see it because nothing that we energetically do for another, they don't see as some kind of energetic threat to them. And so I almost see a modality by which, like, I literally see the context by which I almost see and recognize you moving away from a circumstance or situation, not because one desires to, but because one has to, right? Like the modality by which you like, and this is the hard part when you often see that with another person, right? It's almost like the space by which you look at someone and be like, it's like the perpetual headache, because it's often like working into the context of, and I keep on hearing someone like someone who effectively just allows the space by which, like, I keep on hearing like the space by which I keep on hearing like somebody saying like we're good unless you hear otherwise, right? Is the modality of someone being in a healthy space. And I effectively, like, I definitely see with this like 10 of wands here and this 5 of swords with like the page of pentacles and the ace of wands, and I like to point this out, like this is often what happens when somebody is perpetually in the space by which, like I keep wondering, like good ideas that are perpetually slapped down, not because another person doesn't think that they're good, but because they hadn't thought of them, is what I keep on hearing. Like that type of energy. Good ideas, like recognizing a tendency of good ideas that are slapped down, not because they aren't good, but because another person didn't think of them. And the bright side is I see you moving towards like a good energetic place. Like I see you finding a place where another, like this is what I like about this. Like this is peership, you know? Like this is what I see. Like this is your ideal, which is peership. And peership is like, I keep on hearing peership is an ego-free zone, right? Someone's like, that's a great idea. Like, let's run with it. You know what I mean? Like that's, I'm so glad you thought of it. Now let's see what we can do with it, right? Like I see, like I feel like this is you moving into that type of energetic connection. And I feel like it does feel like it's a bittersweet year because I see you finding that, right? Like I see you finding that, and then I almost see like even in the space by which you find it, there's energy. I almost see energy that's like shocked, right? Like I see somebody being like shocked by you're leaving, and another person being like, how could you be shocked? Like, what am I doing here? Like that's what I keep on hearing. And I feel like the hard part about that is like I keep on hearing like prepare, like when I kept on saying, like I feel like it's like prepare for an exodus, because everything I keep on identifying um, around a circumstance or situation, right? I literally keep on seeing some kind of experience by which, like, I almost feel like I see you leaving somewhere, right? And another person being like I keep hearing somebody say, like, when you left, I was gone, right? Like when you left, I was gone, is what I keep on hearing, because I feel like there's a lot of that energy that has been, I don't know why I keep hearing there's been a lot of energy watching from the sidelines, a lot of that invested effort, right? And this is often what happens. Like I keep wondering, this is often what happens when somebody's too deep in their ego, because it's a modality by which someone says you're the only one saying that, and another person saying I'm the only one that cares enough to tell you, right? Right? It's a modality by which another person says you're the only one I'm hearing that from, and you have to say to another person, I'm the only one that's taking the energetic risk in telling you, you know? And that's why I keep on saying that work or that effort is not being misseen, it's not being ignored. Like I almost see the energy that, like, I feel like that, and that's what I keep on hearing, like somebody being like shocked. And then I keep hearing, like, I keep hearing that prepare for them to be doubly shocked, because I keep wondering the first shock they're going to receive is when you effectively depart, And the second shock they're going to receive is when everybody else disembarks, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, and that's that, like, bottom of the deck on this. That's that Hermit card. Like, that's the Hermit card in its reversal, right? Like, this is often what happens with, this is why we navigate. Like, when somebody has the ability to tell us something, the words we say are not "how dare you," it's "thank you," because it's a recognition of the ability of someone taking taking that approach, right? And that's what I keep on getting here. It's like I feel like there's a lot of energy that's almost speaking about you, right? And the modality by which they're speaking about you is like I keep on hearing somebody's like praising you because they see you stepping up, right? You stepping up over and over again, and another person in some way, shape, or form dismissing what you're trying to call their attention towards, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much. But on the bright side of this, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this is saying to me, like this is happening within the next 4 months. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything, anyone in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list too. My apologies to anybody who's joining us on the place where we keep the photos. We continue to have feed issues there. I was trying to post the full video of yesterday's reading, but I continue to have issues there. So if you'd like to see that full video, you can head over to the place where we keep the videos, or over to the Clock app, or you can head over to Stack. Thank you guys, and I appreciate your patience there. If you're my audience over there as well. And just reading over the comments, and we got to 50K. Excellent. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that 50K. We're going to be doing that giveaway. Good to see you too, Addie. And just a reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there will also entitle you to the discounted rate if you would like to have a personal reading, which is 4 cards for 23 for my paid members or my subscribers. Ms. Weasley, good to see you. Been a minute. How you doing, dear? Excellent. Darn, that's why you stick with your first intuition. Good to see you, dear. I saw a bird and I said, no way, it's probably because I saw a bird outside. You know, that's so funny too. I had that happen the other day. I was somewhere where somebody asked me to do a year, and I didn't want to give the year because I was worried that they'd be like, the year I gave was like was too old, and it would ended up being that year. It's like, I've had those moments too. It happens to the best of us. Yeah, I second guessed and switched. Yep. You saw the blackbird too. I should have typed it, but it's what happens. But that's okay. That's why we do these intuition checks. Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of like that with my peers, I guess. But I'm not seeing, I feel like it's not the space by which you're doing that. It's like energy being like, I understand why they're like that. You know? Yeah, there are times when I isolate myself too. I'm happy to read for you on that, Fairy. If you'd like to get on the list is open. And Love, thank you for the follow. I often move away from anyone whenever I feel like my energy is not welcome or respected. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I see some kind of energy by which you're doing that, and it feels like it's tested over and over again. You know? Yeah. It also resonates, and with my current work environment. And Twino Morawani, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And again, if I've ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Energy in the sidelines, double shock. Yeah, here it is, still connected to that previous career or work reading. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. Like, I literally see a situation, like I keep on hearing like somebody's gonna have the shock of a lifetime when you move away from a situation. Because I keep on hearing it's like the shock of you going and then the exodus is gonna follow. Yep. Hi there, just a moment. Hi there, Ada. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You will be the second person read for today. 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. Yeah, that's why I just decided to start exploring outside. Yeah, thank you for confirming, dear, and sending you support on that journey. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for right now is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, I believe you already posted your information on, I think you posted it already in the disco. You're so welcome, Kath. All right. Oh, 50K. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, perfect. Before we continue, Hannah, we're going to warm up those. We're going to do that 50K giveaway. So I'm going to be gifting a free reading back to the collective. I am thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 47. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, I see it. Everybody stop. I got to confirm if that was the first time. 1 second. Everybody, it was going by so fast. I just want to make sure that was the first time the number was posted. A lot of people came close to it. Yep, Hannah, congratulations. I know. Well, I mean, congratulations. You just got the 50K. And thank you. That'll be available to you starting tomorrow. Thank you guys so much as well. We'll be doing that again when we get to 100K. And before we continue right now with Hannah, could you let me know? I believe you posted in the disco. Just tell me where you posted it. I found it. Never mind. Ooh, we got a dream interpretation coming through. Guys, just remember, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in the subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And if you'd like to become part of that disco, if you're a super fan and haven't had access yet, or if you're a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can post it. Just send me a disco gift, and I'll be happy to add you. I'll be happy to send you an invite. Also, remember, this is the last day that you can pre-register to secure your spot on our retreat program. Message me the word trip, and I'll be happy to send you the information and details in order to secure your spot. And if you are not a subscriber but would like a unique class coupon to our next class, message me the word class. Hi there. How are you doing today, Andrea? Hope you're having a beautiful day. All right. Coconut, do your thing. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Yaz. I have an incredible stylist who was able to come and give me a cut. If you guys need a good recommendation, I mean, they're moving, but they're amazing. Huge thank you to Xylo. I had my first day back. Yesterday. Excellent. My teacher was really excited. Oh, that's wonderful, dear. Good to see you. Okay, outside at my discretion. Perfect. All right, we're going to get started. Before we do so, let's warm up those. All right, before we do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. And if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a perfect time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Outside tea at my discretion. Let me pull out that coconut. We got the dream coconut. All right. Hannah's dream. Part one. I know there's parts. There's parts. I'm invested. Pull up some popcorn. All right, part one. Part one. I was at a nice work event, but felt insecure and wanted to impress people. The dream repeatedly returned to a parking lot, which felt like a central setting. In one scene, I saw a man arguing with a coworker. From the outside, it looked like he was wrong, but I felt compelled to tell his team that he might not actually be at fault. After that, a female authority figure from work took me aside, and I feared I was in trouble. Inside the building, which shifted into a mall, she criticized my outfit as inappropriate, even though others agreed it was fine. Attempts to fix my clothing only made it worse and more exposing, and I eventually reverted to what I originally wore. I felt rushed, afraid of being left behind, or locked inside as the store closed. Back in the parking lot, things became chaotic. People were acting immature, and when I found my car, it was damaged and covered in blood. I was told someone had been pew-pewed. The dream shifted to a memorial for a pew-pewed woman, where I comforted a grieving father. Despite my awareness of boundaries, the situation turned unsafe, and I had to flee from him as he tried to harm me. I returned again to the parking lot, unable to leave. No one seemed to act with urgency to help me escape, even as the threat continued. I called my parents because I felt like I was unaliving, but their response felt minimized compared to how serious it felt to me. A notable moment was a man in a wheelchair who bravely intervened to protect me while others hesitated. Part two. Later scenes involved feeling deeply uncomfortable in sexualized environments and realizing something was wrong with me physically, though it was described as treatable. I felt panicked, unsafe, and desperate for my parents to come help me. The dream ended with me finally getting home, where my son was in bed, and immediately sensed something was wrong. That brought a feeling of grounding and emotional reality before I woke up. 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages. Thank you. Yep. Wow, it's a lot of 4 energy on this. Okay, we're going to talk about it. So it's a shadow work dream, and we see that the shadow work dream is helping you effectively heal. And I want to point this out. A lot of the things that we experience in dreams, we can't experience something new in dreams. The modality by which we experience harm in dreams is often it's the guides effectively showing us something in a way that we can heal it by being able to experience it in a way that makes it feel more tangible and real. So we're seeing that happening a lot in this dream space. We're going to start with the first part, and we're going to talk about the fact that you identified that you were in a parking lot and you saw somebody arguing with a coworker. And from outside, it looked like they were wrong, but you felt compelled to tell the individuals that you thought that they might not actually be at fault. So we immediately see that in the dream space, you have a very strong moral fiber, right? You felt the need to effectively articulate, to be able to defend somebody who you feel might have been, I keep wondering, the space by which another person felt like they were having a false accusation put upon them. And what do we see that effectively happens in the modality of doing that? Something that feels energetically retroactive, right? The modality of another person effectively trying to identify or trying to find a source of you doing something wrong, right? The identification point of doing the right thing that often creates a space by which we ourselves feel energetically targeted. So this is the modality by which we see some kind of tit for tat trauma that you are experiencing in the dream space, right? You doing nothing but the right thing. being able to effectively defend and protect someone. And what do we see that happens? Somebody coming towards you with some kind of fabricated reason. And then in the modality by which they're fabricating, they're trying to create the environment by which they were blaming you, right? So the space by which what you were wearing was fine, but they were articulating that it wasn't fine, but they weren't trying to fix it. They were trying to fix it. They were trying to they were trying to get you in trouble by changing your outfit to effectively fit what they were claiming you were doing, right? And so it's a lot of that modality of potentially recognizing and identifying what we would identify as a trauma environment, which is the modality by which another person will make a claim. And then in the modality by which we try to defend it, we effectively fall into, right? We fall into the pattern by which they feel that they can prove it. So what do we see that the guides are showing you? They're saying be very conscientious as it relates to reacting to another person's false claims, because in the modality by which you work to defend yourself against a false claim, you become party to it, right? You effectively you give them you give them access to you, and then in the modality by which you give them access to you, they then have the ability to manipulate the situation to accommodate what they want to effectively claim is happening. So this is the first part of the dream that's helping you to recognize those experiences that help us identify what it is that we allow ourselves to be energetically present for. And this brings us back, right? This brings us, and this is continuing in the space by which you may have effectively saw that happening to that individual, right? Somebody potentially trying to project on them something that they did not do, right? That they were trying to effectively pin on a person. And the problem with the trauma environment is once you recognize this, there's very little that you can do within it. The best thing you can do is move away from it. Because again, this is the identification point of understanding that when you see, like when you recognize an energetic pattern like that, there's no way to effectively fix it from the inside. You have to take it outside, which is why you saw the fact that the parking lot was so that's why the parking lot was there in the first place, because if the system is built in that way, then this is what we talk about with the trauma environment. You got to step away from it in order to energetically heal it. Some things can only be healed from a distance. And this is why you said, right, what did we see that you experienced? You said you felt rushed, afraid, and you were worried about being left behind or locked inside as the store closed, right? So the modality of, again, feeling frustrated because you recognize the fact that another person, right, was not invested. And this is what happens when we recognize or identify the unhealed nature of bad relationships, which is the modality by which we recognize someone whose intentions are not best. And this is the identification point by which I recognize that things became chaotic, right? Because this is potentially identifying the fact, and I need to point this out, dreams never show us things that we haven't already experienced. So this is potentially helping you recognize what may have created some anxiety in relationality to building connection with other people, right? This isn't something that is fake in the dream space. This is something that you've energetically lived. And the modality by which the guides are showing it to you, they're showing it to you in a way that helps you see it in a more tangible fashion, right? Now, this is why we saw the fact that when you're back in the parking lot, things became more chaotic. Things became more chaotic because, yeah, now you have to experience the modality by which you can't trust another person's pure intentions, right? The modality of having to experience a situation by which you assume somebody has pure intentions, but the space by which you recognize or felt the wound of someone creating the false intention that allowed them to effectively try to project something on you, potentially created the modality by which you potentially carry anxiety because now you see the shape of the wound that you've been carrying everywhere you go. And this is why we see that back in the parking lot, having gone through a wounding of that way, right? Things are clearly going to be more chaotic because now you're seeing the immaturity, right? The clarity of experiencing something that has you recognizing the immaturity, right, of projection. And this is the thing we recognize. Projection is incredibly immature, Why is projection immature? Because when someone's projecting, they're not taking accountability. And when we're energetically mature and we work to not project, when we see other people projecting, we're like, God, why are they being so immature? Right? I mean, you said when you found your car, it was damaged, right? It was more of the projecting, more of the energy of someone trying to make it look like you were the problem, right? And so what did you see? Somebody who damaged your car and they put blood all over it, trying to make it look like you did something, right? And they said that, so they somebody said that somebody had been pew-pewed. So again, the modality of another person trying to effectively frame you or put you in the position by which they're trying to blame you for their own issues. And then you said that the dream shifted to now you're at the memorial for the person who was unalived. And here's the important thing about it. That person is you, right? In the dream space, the memorial by which you were mourning that person was the person who you effectively, the version of the self that existed when you made the assumption that others had the pure intention, right? The modality of having to carry that energetic weight. And what did you see that happened there? You were comforted by a grieving father. And you said, despite your awareness, my awareness of boundaries, the situation turned unsafe, and you felt that you had to flee from them as they themselves tried to harm you, right? Which is a continuation of, again, feeling the force of the weight of the projection. But this is where we start to see that the modality of the wound is such that the mourning period that you're going through, the memorial, is the version of yourself that you used to be before you had to question others' intentions, which often creates the space by which you have to carry the feeling of somewhat feeling unsafe towards every circumstance or situation, right? We're arriving to that sense of self-preservation where you're holding yourself preciously, but navigating it with the resolution of the maturity by which you always have to carry a little bit of that feeling of being unsafe to fortify whether you are or not. You then said, and this is what's beautiful about shadow work, because shadow work starts to show us the proportionality by which we have to carry the weight of that, but not letting the shadow work override our experience of what is happening, right? This then brings us back to the parking lot. And you said that you're unable to leave. And no one seemed to act in urgency to help me escape, or even as the threat continued. And you said you called your parents because you said it felt like you were unaliving, but their response felt minimized compared to how serious it felt to you, right? Because this is the articulation point. And you said the notable moment was a man in a wheelchair who bravely intervened to protect you while others hesitated. Now, this is the understanding and the recognition of what it feels to have a healthy support system. And the modality of having a healthy support system is a healthy support system helps us recognize what feels energetically stable, but not in the space by which we diminish our feelings, right? And what's hard when we don't have a healthy support system is it often makes us question things because it's a modality by which we recognize or we feel another's dismissive behavior. And I want to pause here and say that this might not necessarily be the way that you encounter your parents. Because often what happens in shadow work dreams is we experience things that feel unusual in the space by which we recognize them in another. So if there was something about that connection by which you reached out and you said, this doesn't feel real, they would never do that, then that's further amplification of the fact that this is a shadow work dream, because it's the anxiety of feeling the transmogrification in how unbelievable it feels to be experiencing that from someone else that helps us recognize how much weight that we ourselves are working to heal from. So the modality by which, again, you've got the space of the dream saying these modalities or experiences by which you're working to heal, by which you were feeling, right? You were feeling that modality of needing support and trying to extend to others the feeling of anxiety. But instead of being concerned, right? Instead of being able to apply that energetic concern, felt like they were being energetically dismissive. in terms of you potentially looking at something and being overreactive, this can often create the space by which we feel unsupported, which can increase our energetic anxiety. And this is why you identified that you stated that in the space of the dream, the only person that felt like they were energetically supportive to you was someone who they themselves was in some capacity, like working into the space of protector, right? Because, and this is often what we recognize, those who have been wounded, like those who understand, right, what it feels like to be unseen, right? Those who have had those modalities by which they themselves have felt the space of another person not taking them seriously often are the expression of empathy, because it's the modality or the experience by which another person builds empathy towards us that allows us to feel energetically stable again. And so that is almost the modality of being able to recognize that you can see the force of compassion. And what's beautiful about this is in the dream space, the compassion you're experiencing is coming through to you as a guide that they themselves are going through, right? They're going through their own difficulty, because the guide coming through to you, even in the modality by which they themselves navigate an impediment, says empathy, right? Empathy is pervasive. Empathy is not based upon, right, the inconvenience of the self, but it's something that we can extend regardless of how, of the position that we ourselves are in, right? It's the expression point of the modality of the force of care that often is not based upon, right, like the aspect of saying I can't, but the energy that says we always find a way, because we're able to articulate what it is, what it feels like to be in those circumstances. You then identified in the second part of the reading that there were later scenes that involved feeling deeply uncomfortable. Now, I have to stress this is a little bit hard to read this part because you identified the space of saying sexualized environments. And even in the modality by which I'm reading that, I'm trying to recognize, it feels to me like what we're effectively seeing in that second part of the dream is navigating through an intimacy wound, a wound. And when we see an intimacy wound, it's interesting because we're seeing the shape of an intimacy wound in the space by which you identify that it felt like something was wrong with you physically, right? And you said it was described as treatable. And you said you felt panicked and unsafe and desperate for parents to come help. Now, even in the modality by which we see this, like this is almost identifying and recognizing the nature of some of the work that you yourself are working to heal. Because, and we can understand, like this is the modality of having to go through that experience by which you feel the falsity in relationality to others' intentions, right? Having to go through an experience that makes you question, right? Creating a space by which you feel like you have to question others' intentions that may have had an impact on you in the intimacy space, because it's a modality by which, again, having to carry that feeling of unsafety with you can often create in a space by which we don't feel vulnerable enough to feel energetically comfortable. But this is a continuation of understanding that the work that you have to build healthy connections is being able to be seen and to be stabilized in relationality to what your anxieties are. And what's beautiful about that is in the space by which we identify the guide that appeared to you in the form of the energy, the person in the wheelchair, right? The guides are showing you the fact that what you're looking for isn't too far afield, right? It's not too far afield. Everything you need in terms of being able to understand what you need to feel safe, seen, and supported was identified in the guide in a wheelchair. And what did the guide in the wheelchair make you feel in the space of the dream, right? What did they do? They were brave. They intervened to protect you while others hesitated, right? The energy that took you seriously. And that's what we see. Like, that's what's so beautiful about that guide. The guide was effectively saying, look how easy it is to fix all of this. All of that anxiety you're carrying, right? The modality by which all it takes is someone not calling into question what you feel, but being able to say, I understand, right? You are energetically safe. I am here to protect you, right? The energy that articulates that their priority is to make sure that you are energetically protected. This is almost helping you to define what is needed in order for you to feel safe in relationship context. And I keep on hearing that's not too far afield, right? That's not you asking for something that is completely like absurd. It's very simple and doesn't require, right? It doesn't require a lot of effort beyond the space of another person coming towards you with clear intentions. You then identified the fact that you said that the dream ended when you were finally getting home, where you found your child in bed and you immediately sensed that something was wrong. But that brought a feeling of grounding and emotional reality before you woke up. And this is the thing that we have to recognize with shadow work. And this is the important thing with shadow work, right? The difference between understanding a wound that we're perpetually carrying, right, versus something that is energetically unusual helps us understand what we're working to resolve within ourselves versus something that is happening outside of situations. And this is what is beautiful in relationality to connection with your child, because the reason that it brought you into the space of reality is in the modality by which you recognize that you still felt that way, even though you saw them in a space of perfect safety, right? There's the space by which they were perfectly safe, but you energetically feel like that helps you understand the full enormity of the wound that you're carrying, right? Because it's the modality by which we understand that if it's something that we feel everywhere we go, right, it's not necessarily based upon the circumstances, but something that we experience, that we are constantly working to energetically stabilize and resolve upon ourselves. And it shows you, even in the context of realizing that, right, that is the full enormity of the dream space. Because even in the space by which you said it brought a feeling of grounding and emotional reality, right? It helped you find your energetic tether, right? Which is effectively the ability of saying to the self, do I feel like this because something is in fact happening? Or is this the full shape of the wound that I carry that often allows me to be able to put care towards it instead of energetically doing something about it? Bottom of the deck on this reading, right? 10 of Cups in its reversal. It's very painful, right? It's very painful when we don't feel like we have the ability of having a support system. And a healthy support system is one that when we bring a concern, right, as long as our emotions, right, we always identify this, as long as our emotions have healthy directions attached to them, right, as long as our emotions have healthy directions attached to them, they're never unreasonable. But the modality by which we have emotions with healthy directions attached to them, and another person makes us feel like we're being unreasonable, that's often the modality by which we recognize the full shape of what it is that we're navigating. And unfortunately, with some trauma, right, and that's a hard part, our emotions don't fix things. But it's often the space by which we recognize that our emotions are not valued, that we understand the situation by which we have to move away from traumatizing situations. So I wouldn't be surprised if you've had to have those modalities or experiences where you recognize that no amount of love that you brought to a situation could fix it. The only way you could heal it is to effectively love someone from a distance, because that is the modality by which we recognize that when we're in a supportive system, we feel like we're energetically heard, right? We don't feel like we're constantly in a space of articulating our distress and another person tells us that nothing is wrong, right? That's often the space by which we recognize that something is very wrong. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 23 or more. 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. So Hannah, in answering your question, the parking lot represented the fact that with some trauma, we have to get out of it, right? When we recognize a trauma environment, there's no amount of work that you can fix in a trauma environment unless others are also invested in fixing the trauma. It sometimes requires our departure, right? The ability to heal from trauma, but getting away from it, the ability of finding that energetic distance, right? And that's what you said, that's what you felt like in the space by which you felt, the space by which you effectively did the right thing, and another person tried to create payback in the space by which they tried to say that something that you were wearing was wrong, but then they themselves were trying to put it in the space by which it would be wrong. Like that is literally the sound of the trauma trap, which we often experience, and recognize that we have to get away from it. There's no work that we can do to heal it from within. Like the only way we can heal it is from without, right? The ability of recognizing the quality of not being able to fix something that is not desiring to fix itself. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings, as I mentioned, and if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 64.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. And Rainbow, thank you so much for those gifts, dear. So good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Yeah, a lot of violence in that dream, but that's what was so difficult about it. Like, that's how we can see it's a shadow work dream. That's interesting. Yes, hold on a moment, just reading over your comments. I do feel like I always have to question others' intentions way, but I don't think I recognize it. But this is why, like, they're showing you in the dream space the full force of what it is that you're working to heal from, right? And I like to point out in the dream space, the thing with the dream space, we can't experience something there that we haven't already experienced. I need to ask you, 500, please stop posting non sequitur letters in the chat. It's not conducive to healthy communication. This will be your only warning. You're welcome to stay and communicate appropriately, but non sequiturs are not tolerated in our chat space. He cared for me endlessly when no one else would, right? And like I keep on saying, like, that's a guide saying, like, look how easy it is, right? Even look how easy it is that even the most vulnerable person could give that to you, right? Yes, and I just haven't experienced that kind of love from a partner. Absolutely. And sending you so much support on that journey. Thank you for sharing the live, Nicole. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for being here as well, Susan. And one moment, that makes sense about the fact that you can't heal from the same environment. And that's the thing about it. Like, that's often what's difficult with traumatizing situations, right? The ability of understanding that some energy, like and unless other energy is invested in doing the work to heal a trauma environment, sometimes the best thing we can do is get out of range of it, right? It's the modality by which we effectively allow the distance to build into the context of clarity. Thank you, Estevan, for the compliment. I know I love this shirt too. What if there's legal? But I need to point that. I mean, like, yeah, like often, like, and I want to stress this, Nicole, like the understanding of like recognizing and identifying like sources of anxiety. Healthy anxiety is helping, like, always has a direction attached to it. You know, like, that's the thing that's positive about it. When we are able to work through the space of our anxiety in a healthy way, we look for direction, right? We look for something that we can do to effectively alleviate anxiety. And sending you support on that journey. Yep, you got this. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. especially with some of these heavier reads. I have removed myself from those environments, and that's why I can't see the full. But this is again, like, no, the space by which the dream is showing you the full impact of that wound, which is even in the modality by which you see somebody in the space by which they're safe, seen, and protected. You still feel that anxiety, right? There's still that worry that you bring towards situations. All right, let's continue. All right, we're going to continue right now. And the next person we're actually reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, you will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we continue with Per's reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. Oh, Lord. I'm gonna get another animal spirit guide card because this one is one moment. Let's try that again. Reel back. Reel back. Let's do it again. Amazing, Bridget, amazing. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're gonna count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the horse. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. And just a reminder to anybody else who wants to get on the list today, we're doing here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, and Love. If you have information that is necessary for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes by which when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Official, I have to stress, you asked that question yesterday, and I think it's a very odd question to ask. It is always okay to be the energy that we embody, so long as we are embodying it in a way that is reflective of the respect by which we effectively identify the same energy that we would give to those around us. And so I think that there's something integrally flawed in the question that you're asking, because it's making the presumption that there's something wrong with being in the masculine energy. Why would there be something wrong with being in the masculine energy? The work that we do in terms of building into a healthy world is the space by which everything is sanctified, by the space by which it's okay to be in whatever energy that you feel most comfortable in. And we do the work to create safe, seen, and supported environments by which others can coexist. So I feel like that is the space by which we have to recognize, are you focusing on coexistence, or are you looking at the world from a fear-based mentality by which you would have to ask that question in the first place? Thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. All right, let's continue right now. Hi there. If you'd like to get a reading, Nicole, the gift of a baby dragon or higher is enough to get you on the list. All right. And thank you, dear. Let's continue. All right. And I am just going to pull up the dream here. Oh, actually, am I making, I don't know if we're doing it. What are we, Per, where are you, dear? Don't laugh at me at the question. Oh, no, I'm not going to, I mean, well, let me see the question first. I'm laughing before the question. How's that? Excellent. Outside disco. All right, perfect. And I'm going to pin up Per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. All right. What do we have? Okay. Got it. All right. Oh boy. So that we're doing a pet reading. And the pet reading that we're effectively seeing right now is, and it has to do, I just heard that the cat, that a particular cat is going to be staying with you and your pet starting this Sunday. And then after that, they're moving. They're moving internationally. Any advice on the best way to approach this, especially so they won't see each other afterwards? Oh, okay. I got you, dear. Can I please get can I please get 4 cards? I wouldn't, why would I laugh at that? There's nothing to laugh about with that. Can I get 4 can I get 4 cards, please? Highest party. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 It's fine. It's like I need to put this out. You know, I gotta walk through something that we're seeing here, and it has to do specifically. It has to do specifically, particularly in terms of what we're identifying in relationality to cat energy, and this is something that I just pick up on when I read for cat energy. Cat energy is very much, it's very much in the space by which, when I identify the energetic imprint that cats perceive in terms of the terrestrial and the spiritual, like when I see, like often the space by which a cat builds a connection, it does, and you'll sometimes notice this, and it has to do with the fact, and this is why cats are often different than dogs. Okay, dogs are not, dogs are much more in the terrestrial energetically, which is why sometimes with a dog, if a dog can't see something, they're like, you know, that's why the dog, like that's why dog energy would be like it's like it's like a line of sight kind of situation. Like when we're working through dog energy, right? Which is the modality by which dogs often carry. When I read for dogs, I get a lot of anxiety because they're like, I haven't seen them. I need to know. Like it's very much stressed in the space by which the animal, like they're effectively searching. Cats see with impression is the best way I can describe it. And the reason I say that is because sometimes when I'm reading for a cat energy, they know, like they'll know where someone is in relationality to the impression of whether they're okay or not. And that's why often, like when a cat starts acting wacky, right, it's the identification of the cat like working through something energetically that we ourselves can't see, you know? And I feel like that's what's interesting about this, because, you know, I keep on hearing, like between the two of them, like I keep on hearing them say, and I need to show you this, like what I'm seeing here, like this is like walkie-talkie energy is what I keep on hearing. And the best way I can identify how to explain this. How do I explain this? Like how do I explain this in a way that makes the most sense? Like cats have this like walkie-talkie energy, which is the modality by which, like, once they energetically connect to someone, like, or especially with another like energy, like they're just like, yeah, they're fine. You know what I mean? Like they're fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that, and it's not always every cat that I read into that has that energetic ability. But I feel like these, like when I see this energy here, like they are like the space by which, like I keep on hearing, they're going to miss each other's presence, but they're not as invested, right? They're not really as invested in the modality by which they have to be energetically present for one another, because I keep on hearing they know each other's impression is what I keep on hearing, right? The modality by which they, and in that way I feel like they're kind of attenuating in being able to energetically sense if each other's okay, is what I keep on seeing, right? And so I feel like that is the only thing, like that is the only thing that I'm effectively seeing here, that like, and I want you, like, and you might have to pick up on this with your pet, is what I keep on seeing, which is like a lot of that, like the trip, right? It's like it's working through the trip, like it's working through the traveling, that is more like is more the anxiety inducing point. So I'm going to stress this because you might need to pick up on this. You might pick up on this, and this will be your point of confirmation in relationality to this reading, which is if you notice that during the time, right, if you notice during the time by which this energy is traveling, your, like your own pet feels very, like I keep on hearing, like you're going to see potential zoomies, or someone potentially like picking up their activation point. I feel like that is them kind of navigating the weight of the anxiety that they can recognize and feel that another is experiencing as they navigate. I keep on hearing the discomfort of traveling is what I keep on getting, right? Like going, like you'll probably get the confirmation in this, because as this energy is traveling, just prepare for the fact that your pet might be more in a state of upset. But once they get, right, once they get to, like I keep wondering, once they get to, right, once they get to like a space by which they're like, I'm here, you'll probably notice that your cat goes, like, full body sigh is what I keep on getting, right? Like full body sigh, because that, like that is the attenuation of what their energetic concern is, right? And so I feel like, and you'll probably get confirmation on that in relationality to, if you notice that your particular pet is very, like when they're traveling, they're like, you know what I mean? Like they're like, you know what I mean? Like that is going to give you that attenuation in relationality to the fact that they're energetically connected. And so I feel like in that way, right? Like in that way, like, and I see somebody, like, I don't know why, but I almost feel like they had that like they've, like, I feel like these two animals have had that conversation. Somebody who hates traveling. You're like, they hate it. Like they hate it. Makes them a wreck is what I keep on getting. Nervous wreck. And so I wouldn't be surprised. Like I feel like I feel like there's something about this by which, and I keep on getting this, like I feel like they already know that that's happening. I feel like they've already energetically communicated it. And I feel like in a way, like I almost see, like I feel like the space by which you'll experience your own pet, like having a lot of anxiety during the modality of them traveling, but you'll see that even out, like as soon as they know. And I keep wondering, they'll know, and that's the thing with, like, they'll know they're energetically safe is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like, I feel like there's something important, and I need to stress this. This is like, you probably notice this with cats, like that when a cat's nonplussed, it's because they don't need to see somebody to know they're fine. Like they don't need to, like cats, like, and I point this out, like this is why you see cats, like they curl up to us, like the space by which they're like, cats come towards us so that they can recognize our energy, right? So that they can familiarize themselves with it. And so the modality by which, right, what, like once an energy, once this energy know, and particularly, this is something particularly that you're, and we'll talk about that too, because I know we've got a private pet reading coming up. Once this energy knows another energy's frequency, right, they can just tap into it. They're like, yeah, they're good. Like this is like going like this. Like this is often they're just checking. They're like they're feeding. They're reading into the energy. And, okay, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. What's that, right? And so like often the modality by which like I see like this is not, the space by which the okayness is going to be amplified. It's like, I like to describe it. It's like there's like there's a disturbance in the force. Like it's like that with cats. It's like that with cats. Like I sense a disturbance in the force. Like it's a modality by which they can often feel like something is energetically wrong, right? And it's a modality by which, like, that's why I like to point out like the temperament of the cat, especially if they're attenuated to this, can often be like a little barometer in terms of the energy. Because you can usually, like, when cats are like, like what's gotten into them, it's often like the space by which like a cat is like, what are you detecting? And so I feel like the most important thing is prepare. I feel like the way to confirm this is recognize that as this energy, like there's a lot, like, do you see all these wands energies here? Like, look at this. Like I keep on, and I feel like your pet is fine. I feel like your pet's fine with traveling. Your cat, like your pet's great with it. This energy, mm-mm, doesn't like it, right? Bothers them. And so I feel like it's hard because I feel like the energy itself is going to be safe, right? And that's the hard part about it. The energy itself is going to be perfectly safe, but it's the modality by which another person recognizes the distress, right? Like the distress that they feel traveling, you know? Like I feel like it potentially is going to be a modality by which you notice that while while they're traveling, I feel like you might notice that your cat might be in like more of a foul mood, or more in the space by which they themselves are feeling really energetically jumpy. But once, I keep on hearing, once they get back into a space of comfortability, like you'll potentially see like your confirmation is if you notice that, like when they feel energetically, like I keep on hearing like full body sigh is what I keep on hearing, them being like, oh, right? Like it's a lot of that type of energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those. And again, one of the things that might help with that, I mean, I don't think you're going to need to, because I feel like this energy will sense it. You can show them, like you can help them. If there's any way for them to see, like as they're traveling, that they're fine, that could be helpful. I will point that out, because the modality, like that's the only part about this. This particular pet does not like to travel, so their distress level is going to be high. And I feel like the hard part about it is your particular pet not being able to tell if the distress level is high because something is energetically wrong, or just the fact that this energy hates hates traveling. So you might want to see something that could alleviate this is helping them get eyes on them while they're in transit, to let them know that the distress that they're feeling is not because they're actually in distress, but just because they energetically hate it, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep, just reading over. Mm-hmm. I know. Mm-hmm. No promises. Yep. No, don't apologies for. I love doing pet readings. It's fun. It's fun, but it's just sometimes hard to explain their perception on things. Yeah, I get so sentimental. Absolutely, but that's a good thing. Yeah, my cat Willow just came to sit right by me on my phone when you said cat energy. Hi, Willow. They're like, you rang? Mine is happily sleeping right now. Yep. Yeah, they were sad last time they were separate. Then the video helps, is what I keep on seeing. But the thing about this one I see is working into, right, like working into the space of letting them know that they're safe in transit, even though they're feeling their distress. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, last time they were here, I was traveling with them together and they were crying the whole time. Yeah, that's why I keep on, like, yours is fine. They hate, like, that's a part, like they are, and that's what's going to be hard for your pet, is sensing their distress and not being able to tell if it's because they hate it or something is actually wrong, which is having the line of sight is going to help with that. Yeah, she was shutting him down, right? You have to calm down. Like, I see that. And that's the hard part. Like, I see that your pet recognizes that, and them not being sure is going to be the hard part. Yeah, she's much more. Yeah, I breathe a sigh of relief too. No, they hate it. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, that's beautiful, Soup. Absolutely. I know, they're the best, aren't they? Oh, that's a rough trip. And that's what I said. If there's anything you can do during that time to give your pet line of sight that they're okay, they're just feeling the distress of them hating it, it'll help. Yeah. No problem, dear. Thank you for having that reading with me. Yeah. Hi there, Miranda. Welcome. Oh my God, that's so cute, Heather. I saw a thing that cats putting their paw in your hand means they're feeling overwhelmed. Oh my God, I love that. Oh, and they need your support to feel safe. That is so lovely. Thank you for sharing it. Yep, that's true. All right, we're going to continue right now. So the list is open. If anybody wants to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I wish you guys could hear it at some point. Strega says hello. Like, she just straight up says hello. When she wants attention, when she feels like when she needs something, she just goes, hello. It's the funniest thing ever. I can't get it. It's because it's so random. I can never capture her doing it, but it's the funniest thing when she says it. She's sleeping right now. She's over in the window. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for a while. We've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. And while we wait for anybody else who'd like to get on the list right now, we're going to move into 1-card readings for super fans. If you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan, your super fan entitles you to a free 1 card each day. Also, if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there also entitles you to a 1 card. Just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments. Ivana, and if you would like an animal spirit guide card over on the place on the clock app, you can go ahead and make sure that you're recharging your heart me's, and that'll also entitle you to an animal spirit card. Ivana, 1 card, please. Oh, good question. I mean, clearly. Clearly. I feel like who was that? Like, who was the guy that was showing up in the dream space? It's interesting too because I feel like the modality of the dream. Yeah, I mean the hard part about it, um, you know, there's a lot. There's some kind of, there's a karmic wound in your family in relationality to it, is what I keep on seeing. It's interesting, especially with that Three of Swords energy there. Yeah, especially with the stag energy. And I feel like this is, this is in continuation of some of those mentor readings that we had in relationality to helping you um, like come into some energetic process of I keep hearing reclamation, but it has a bit to do like, and I need to describe this, right? Like when you have, like when you're in the modality by which you're having dreams about two stories, like this is you kind of working into the unification point, is what I keep on seeing. Like it almost articulates to me. I would not be surprised if you're in some kind of modality by which you feel like you're in a family system by which you often have to be the intermediator in relationality to helping another person see, like heal preconceived notions in relationality to and I keep on hearing like the modality, like the fact that you had that guide coming through to say like before you make a quick judgment, I want to show you something, right? Like helping you take like that guide was showing you something, say taking unified approaches in relationality to holding sacredness towards things is what I keep on hearing. One card for rainbow in connection with counterpart, please. I feel like I see somebody like straight up in some kind of fresh start, you know? Like I see somebody embarking on like a whole new life is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting some kind of like now or never approach. Yeah, now or never approach. Somebody who feels like they should have done something sooner is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the frog energy. I keep on, it's like somebody who recognizes there's no ideal time to make a change, right? Like there's no ideal time to make a change. Like, and the ability of being able to, um, like, I feel like I see somebody that's like, I keep on seeing like somebody who like wishes that they'd done something sooner, Like I keep on hearing it's like almost somebody having like some kind of Band-Aid rip moment. And I feel like even in that space, like they're identifying like it's interesting too. Like I keep on hearing them articulating someone being like, "Oh, I knew that," right? Like it's like I feel like there might be a little bit of Scorpio energy around someone. I like that's a hard like. I always like to point this out. This is what's always funny with Scorpios because Scorpios always build up to reveal something, and then a Scorpio reveals something, and someone's like, "I know." I mean, like, what? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, but it's like, but I like that because I can almost see the space by which another person is building into some. I feel like they're building into the space by which something that they were worried would be terrible is not as terrible as they expected it to be, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. Like they're almost like I feel like they're almost staggered by some kind of supportive environment that they're finding around themselves. Yeah, it's funny too because as soon as I talked about her, she just kind of poked her head back up for, you know. Ooh, Alexandra, one card on that opportunity. Or Lillian. Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. Um, yeah, make sure that you're having. I feel like it's somebody who's having a hard time finding someone reliable. Is what I keep on hearing. You know, like I keep on hearing reliable energy is few and far between. Yeah, especially with the Six of Wands, like it almost feels to me like it feels to me like somebody who is, I don't know if they're trying to relaunch something, or if they feel like they're trying to recover from like some like lost trust in relationality to something that they were trying to do with another person, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like I feel like it's like somebody who's like looking for ideas in a certain extent. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like make sure that there's agreements between you and another person, right? Like especially like, like make sure that whatever, like between you and another person, being absolutely clear. Not, I keep on hearing like not building into the possibility of what person someone can offer you, but the reality of building. I keep hearing like the reality of what feels energetically practical and tangible, right? Like I keep on hearing, if it's real, it doesn't have to be a promise. It can be in writing, right? Like I keep on getting that. If it's real, it doesn't have to be a promise. It can be in writing. Thank you, dear. Bridget, one card for the weekend. And again, we've got somebody on the list, so I'm going to ask anybody who has not posted their question to please hold, because we're going to get back to one card readings. This feels good. This feels like getting some time to get some stuff in order. Like it feels like I see you coming out of this weekend feeling like on shore footing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it feels like a little bit of catch-up energy. Like I see you getting a lot of stuff marked off your checklist. So make sure that you're give yourself a reward for the work, right? If you're having a hard time being motivated, reward yourself. Say, look, I'm going to get this done, and then I'm going to do this. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the thing with the seal energy too, like I feel like there's something important. Like there's something about this weekend, right? Like again, I feel like, I don't know, it does feel like big event energy, but there's something beautiful about it, because I almost feel like um I see like I feel like you don't give yourself enough credit about things, you know? Like I feel like there's something about this energy, right? Like I don't know why, but it almost feels like there's a little bit of this energy around you in some way that's like articulating or amplifying, right? Like it almost feels like it's saying to me that there's something important about others, like potentially, like I keep on hearing glowing. You know what I mean? Like there's the like, and what I like to, like, the reason I like to see glowing is it's the experience by which we have with another, by which another person like articulates or amplifies like the full meaning of something, or how important something was, is what I keep on seeing, and I feel like in that way it almost feels like some kind of energy of connecting to those you haven't had an opportunity to connect with before, you know like you having some kind of catch up energy with someone who's wanted to speak to you but hasn't had the opportunity to do so. Yep. Mini, one card on partnership right now. I feel like this is you and another person, just like I keep on seeing like somebody articulating how easy it is with you is the highest compliment, right? Like I see somebody being like, I know how hard it is to be that easy, right? Because when we see somebody who's so easy, it's like ego-free zone, right? Not having to worry, like somebody who cares about you because they know that your yes is a yes and your no is a no, and they don't need to worry about you not communicating your feelings clearly, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, like right, like the easy, like the easy work that builds solid ground, right? the modality by which another person cares about you because you don't make them feel like they have to do all the guesswork is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the earth dragon, right? Like, I feel like somebody's never had somebody like that before, right? I keep on hearing somebody say like they're a real one. You know what I mean? Like, but this is what we like. This is like I keep on hearing like that's what we mean in relationality to feeling like that. Like the modality by which we don't feel like we have to constantly like worry about what another person's saying versus how they're actually feeling is what I keep on hearing. All right, Carrie, these are readings for superfans. So if you'd like to become a superfan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You're welcome, Ivana. Looking forward to our reading. Thank you for the help, Kath. Appreciate you. All right, just a moment. Mabs, good to see you. Oh, so good to see you, guys. Say hello to Mabs. Oh, wonderful, guys. Make sure to give Mabs some love. Excellent. Yes, I got you. Rainbow, your question did show up. Oh, and thank you for watching my live for 100 minutes, Carrie. I appreciate you. To get a reading, Melody, all you do is go ahead and head over to, you can go to my profile. Sending a donation will add you to the list. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. All right, guys, go give Mab some love. Good to see you, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. One moment, please. And thank you for those roses. Yaz. 1 card, please, on the best approach. Oh, weird. Okay. Hold on. 1 card, please. So it's like, it feels like it's really, it's odd, right? Like I see somebody, like, here's the thing about it. Like, I see somebody who's like, I almost see somebody who's like firing on all cylinders to a certain extent is what I keep on seeing, you know? And I feel like it almost says to me, like, I don't know, this is coming through really strongly. Sometimes someone firing on all cylinders has like sometimes forgets pleasantries is what I keep on seeing. Like somebody who forgets to get back to us on something, specifically because they're so busy is what I keep on getting, like, especially with that Empress energy. Yeah, like, and that's the thing about it. Like the nine of cups, the 9 of cups in its reversal. Like I feel like it almost like requires a conversation, right? Like the modality, like I feel like it's the modality by which like the space by which you help another person understand, like, the fact that you've been wondering if you and them are okay because of like someone's like energetic lack of responsiveness is what I keep on seeing. You know, like animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the hawk energy, right? Like it feels like, it almost feels like it doesn't feel intentional, you know? And so usually you can tell, like usually the way you can help heal something non-intentional is helping another person see how you feel about it, right? So potentially like having that conversation in terms of like, you know, in terms of experiencing or working through something in a way that left you like feeling confused is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like it's almost like helping you. Like I gotta stress, like those, like the energy of the Empress with like the hawk, it doesn't, it almost feels like, it feels like something like off someone's radar. Like they're not even, like they didn't even, like they didn't realize how they were energetically coming across. if that makes sense. One moment, please. Fairy, these are 1-card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you, dear. Yeah, I'm traveling to see family tonight. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, sending you such a beautiful, like, I hope that it looks like it's going to be good energy. Absolutely. It definitely feels like you're going to be like leaving with a lot of information. I got you, Ava. Good to see you today, dear. You're welcome, Minnie. Friendship. We've got the 5 of Cups in its reversal. You know, if you haven't heard someone in a while, just see how they're doing. Is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I want to point out, like, and I have to stress this, like some of this energy right now, some of this energy that we're going through right now can often create the space by which, um, like another person is like, I keep on hearing like trying to work through something, but not just working through something, like deeply trying to articulate to another, like it feels like somebody like working through anxiety, but not wanting to talk about it with others is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it's giving us the energy of someone being like, I don't want to bother someone, and you having to say to someone like you're never like how you feel is never a bother. Animal spirit guide, yeah, like fox. Um, this feels directly connected, like I feel like you're feeling like that too, though. You know, like be the force of change that you hope to see in the world, right? If you're feeling energetically neglected in a connection, say, how can I nourish this, right? How can I be the force that I hope to bring towards it, is all I keep on hearing. Yeah. Just a moment. You're welcome, dear. A divine counterpart for Kath, please. Wow, this is saying to me like this is somebody getting back to something that they used to do. And it's interesting too because it feels like activist energy. I just as soon as I pull this card, I heard, and just like that, I'm back to being an activist. It's what I keep on, and just like that, I'm back to being an activist, right? Especially with this, like I want to stress this, like the 6 of Swords is like somebody like it's almost like saying to me like it's feeling like somebody who is stepping away from something to get back into something grassroots is what I keep on seeing, right? It almost feels like somebody's stepping back into something but in the best way possible because it feels to me like it's interesting because it's like I feel like somebody's saying like I'm ready in an instant is what I keep on seeing, particularly and especially with this animal spirit guide card. Yeah, like it's interesting because it almost feels like it feels very, I have to stress this, it feels a little punk, if that makes sense. And the thing about it is like, you know, like when I'm identifying there, it is somebody who like it's like I almost feel like it's like I'm picturing like somebody who was energetically punk and then they like moved into something that feels like it's more formal and like it's like the situation changes and they're right back like somebody being like don't forget I used to be you know, it's like and I want to describe it, it's not regressing, it's activating is what I keep on hearing. It's not regressing, it's reigniting. is what I keep on hearing. You know, like it's not. It's like it's somebody like trying to. It's like almost like somebody trying to say, don't forget why we did this in the first place. Is what I keep on hearing. You know, like it's a lot of. It's like almost somebody putting their foot down. Yeah. One moment, please. And guys, please pause in the one cards. We've got personals coming through. So if you haven't posted your question and you're a super fan, please pause. I thought my question didn't go through because my oh no problem dear came through. Melissa, I got you. One card, please, General. Got one of these three. Hold on. What's happening here? You know, I feel like this is you having to like heal from someone who's like super wishy-washy. And like the thing with what you can't like you can't get anywhere with wishy-washy energy, right? Because it's like it's the modality by which another person perpetually changes their mind that feels like it's energetically exhausting, right? And I keep on hearing like the thing is like we understand and recognize like we always give each other the benefit of the doubt, but right like the space by which I keep on hearing like we give each other the benefit of the doubt, but then we also effectively resolve upon like like it's like I keep on hearing it's like the recognizing the reliability of someone that's unreliable is in its way beneficial is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the 3 of Cups, right? Because I keep on hearing like reliability is reliability is articulated by understanding, and I like to point this out like when someone when someone has a lot of priorities, you'll usually tell because they wish they could be more reliable. And even in that, they become more reliable because it's a space by which another person is doing something that makes it hard for them to be reliable. But even then, they're trying to be as reliable as possible, is often the sound that we see in terms of identifying what responsibility means, right? It's like you can always like unreliable energy will find anything to be unreliable. Like, it's like and this is what I keep on hearing every time you encounter another person discovering a new way to be unreliable, like a new rule is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah. Don't get frustrated. Just add it. I keep on hearing add it to your standard, right? Thank you. Oh, I didn't try to accidentally skip anyone. Yep, I'm doing my best to catch all the cards. Absolutely. One card. Hold on a minute. Per, will you skip? I'm trying to. Where's yours? Okay, one moment. I don't know if I saw your question come through, Per. I see you commenting a lot, but I don't see the question. So, Per, if you questioned, it got filtered. Okay. One moment. All right. Ella, one card, please, on friendship compatibility with them. Uh, yeah. Like, I feel like the thing about it is I see somebody who's very, very busy, right? So you have to be patient, is what I keep on seeing, right? Yeah, just because I keep wondering, just because you don't hear back, like I see somebody whose hands are full that's often working through, like I feel like it's like a patient connection being like thank you for being patient because much like I just said, right? Like much like I just said in the previous reading, like actually someone that's like they've got a lot of responsibility is what I keep on seeing. You know, animal spirit, yeah, like animal spirit guide. Like if it takes them time, it's not because they're ignoring you, it's because they're firing on all cylinders, right? And thank you for getting on the list, Angelique. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. I see it now. Did my guide have a conversation? We have like, so it's in relationality to what we're going to be having the pet reading on, in terms of them identifying something that you are misperceiving in relationality to their intentions. And the reading brought it to their attention. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's interesting because they recognized and identified. I should just, yeah, like we can talk about it. I'll try to, you know, I can try to articulate this to you more, but it has to do with you misperceiving something that they were energetically doing. And I feel like it's interesting too, because it's in relationality to what our reading will be on. And it has to do, like, it has to do with how they were how they were coming across to you versus what was actually energetically happening. Yeah, and especially, like I said, like that energy, the energy that you have there, like they're definitely in communication with your guide and they're trying to energetically collaborate with them. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that is help, like, and we're going to get into that when we do that pet reading, to help you understand, like the nature of, like I keep on hearing, they're helping you effectively orient more in relationality to your own energy, is what I keep on getting. And especially as it relates to the, like it feels like the space of the affection is trying to give reassurance in relationality to something that you are misperceiving in them, if that makes sense. You're welcome, Yaz. I feel like they're unaware of the circumstances, was I was picking up. Nikki, highest priority, please. Yeah, this 5 of Swords, I feel like there's somebody, like, this is, you're doing a lot of work. You're doing a lot of work to heal the past right now. And I feel like the way, like, and this is the hard part about it, like the way we heal the past is, like, often the space by which we don't allow history to repeat itself, right? Like it's the modality by which we articulate upon, like, yeah, I see you, like, effectively taking energetic approaches, right? And I keep on seeing, like, like helping another person understand that you are confident in your choices, is what I keep on hearing, by reminding them at a time when somebody was making them feel like they had to question their own, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that dog energy, right? It's saying to me, like, working through circumstances and situations by which you articulate that, like, when we are invested in helping each other, we don't start those conversations with, like, aren't you worried? We start them with, how can I support you more, right? Like, that's the modality by which we arrive or bring into circumstances, is what I keep on hearing. You're so welcome, dear. And just reading over. Yes. To get a reading, all you do is send the donation payment via my tree that is being sent in my live. It's 3 cards for 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers, for 29 or more. Thank you for encouraging everyone to pause on the 1 cards. I appreciate you, Per. I got you, Julia. Highest priority, please. Highest and best for Julia. Whoa, you got 2 cards coming up, transfers. Apologies incoming is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, I feel like there's a lot of, like, I feel like, here's the thing about, like, the situation or circumstance by which another person tries to come towards you to get to the bottom can be, I keep wondering, somebody trying to come towards you to get to the bottom is the sound, is the sound of someone trying to, like, it's not don't get into them, like, it has a continuation of what we were saying previously, which is the modality by which another person, like the modality by which another person heals with you is not the space by which another person asks you to clarify something. You know, like it almost feels like, the energy trying, like someone trying to come to me and be like, did this person say that or something like this? And I literally see you like, just like, you are, step away from it. You know, like, do not, like, don't get invested. I keep wondering, it's not your responsibility to clarify another's tea, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like that is also is tea, is what I keep on hearing. Like the space of another person being like, can you please clear up this tea? Being like, I'm not here to, like, I'm not here to clarify your tea. Yeah, I'm not here to clarify your tea, is what I keep on hearing. Like the modality by which you say, like, I'm not, like, that is literally someone looking for more information to add to the rumor mill, right? Somebody coming towards you saying, can you clarify this tea, is somebody looking for more to add to the rumor mill, is all I keep on hearing, right? Yeah, right? Like it's just more of the same, is what I keep on seeing. The only sound you should hear right now from someone is, I owe you an apology. 1 card regarding connection for Chrissy, 2 cards coming up. I feel like I see somebody introspecting as to whether they're a good friend, right? And I keep on hearing, like, a good friend, like a good friend does not, like, a good friend does not come into the space of articulating upon, like, I just keep on hearing, like, the space by which another person can create the space of doubt within us is often the modality by which we allow another person's fear to affect our opinion on others, is what I keep on seeing. And I just keep on seeing someone trying to, like, recognize the space by which, I keep wondering, like somebody who is perpetually, like the space of someone perpetually trying to mock someone we care about is often the sound of someone who's trying to effectively diminish our opinion of someone, is what I keep on seeing, right? Yeah, like a bottom of the deck, right? Oh, it's just a joke, right? No, like somebody saying that something's a joke. It's only a joke if another person takes offense. That's someone testing boundaries, right? Someone that articulates that it's a joke only when another person takes offense is the modality of someone seeing how far that they can get away with something, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit, yeah, not very funny, right? Right? Like something cruel that someone tries to articulate as funny only when another person takes offense right? I feel like it's somebody kind of identifying and recognizing that quality or how energetically harmful it is, because it's the energy that always articulates that it's harmless, but it's important. Yep. I did answer life. Yep. Thank you. I appreciate that, Per. All right. You're so welcome, Ella. All right, let's continue right now. You guys love my input. I would adore your input, Nikki. Hi there, Hannah. I love everyone's banner in the comments. It's part of what keeps it. I mean, we've got like I adore like our comment space. It's like it delights me. Yep. Oh, Dada, good to see you, dear. Yep. One moment, please. You're welcome, Julia. Absolutely. Again, 500. I'm gonna have to go ahead and mute you. I've asked you again. I've asked you before. Thank you. Okay. Hi there, Gabrielle. One moment, please. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any comments. Yes, we know exactly what happens. How you doing, Silver? Everyone, who's bullying you? What are you talking about? Gabrielle, one card, highest priority, please. What, like like none of this wishy-washy energy, right? Somebody makes plans ahead of time with you, or they don't have plans at all, right? Somebody who's not willing, someone who makes you wait for the last minute is somebody who's not prioritizing, right? Yeah, mature energy has plans. Immature energy always does things last minute. And that's not to say that there aren't occasions, right? That's not to say that there aren't occasions by which something immediately happens that requires us to activate quickly upon it. But the ability of identifying like it is energetically mature to have plans, but somebody who's effectively navigating us in a space of immaturity will be like, why are you so sensitive about it? Being like, because it's important, because it allows us to build things around the plans that we make, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right? We build into healthy energy, fortifies each other's view of the future, right? We give each other that clarity. And it's not the space by which we're perfect, but we work towards that, right? But often, what you'll often experience with someone who's immature is in the modality by which you're trying to do that, they'll be why are you so hyper fixated? And being like, because it's not fixation. It's literally the ability of being able to do something, right? It's literally the ability of being able to do something in the best way possible. Yep. I did not fall asleep last time. I've been accused. Oh, okay. Hannah, I think my one card got ghosted. I think I can wait until after. Hannah, if I apologize if I missed it. Absolutely. Hi, Bookcase. Good to see you. I mean, Hannah. Yep. Okay. And again, guys, please hold on the one cards because we've got more personals coming through. One card, highest priority, please. Go like, what are you waiting on? Why don't you just do this thing? What are you stressing? I know what this is going to be. Don't let perfect stand in the way of done. Don't let perfect stand in the way of done, is all I keep on hearing. Yeah, you can always fix it afterwards, right? Just get it, just get it, just get it, just get it. Just put it together, right? It's always going to feel a little out of date, is what I keep on hearing. You're welcome, Chrissy. One moment, please. Excellent. You're welcome, Julia. I know. I'm sending you so much support on that. And I just keep hearing the same message. Can you clarify something is not an apology, right? Somebody coming towards you saying, can you clear something up? That's not an apology. That's someone looking for more information for the rumor mill. Absolutely. I know. I love it. Them, them early Leos. Them early Leos. It sounds like a projection. Oh my God. I can't. Hi there, Allie. These are donation-based readings or free one cards for super fans. So if you'd like to get on the list, you just need to either become a super fan for one card or you can send the amount for donation. I've got 2 spots left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for my non-subscribers. Where were we? You're welcome, Hannah. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person for a full reading is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. You just Leo things. Hi there, Lucky. All right, and as we wait for Ivana, okay, got it. Okay. Before we continue, we're gonna warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're gonna count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you for participating. Thank you guys. We'll do it again after the next reading. And okay. All right. And I'm going to pin up Ivana here. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. Four cards, please. And one more. Mm-hmm. All right, let me explain. It's complicated. It's always complicated. It's always complicated. All right, so I'm going to give you the shape of what I'm seeing in relationality to working through something energetically. And the thing I'm identifying is, let me describe this best. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I see it. Okay. So there's something very important that I want to describe this here. And the first thing I want to explain is it has something to do with the dream that you had. because the dream that you had was energetically connecting you to a guide that and it feels familial, and we had further confirmation on that in relationality to some of the mentorship work that we did. Now I need to stress this. um, guides guides effectively articulate, and like the way we can recognize a healthy guide is a healthy guide goes where they're needed, and they also know to energetically depart if it doesn't feel like their presence is helping, is what I keep on getting. And there's something very energetically important that I'm effectively identifying here in relationality to um, the work that I see that you yourself are working upon healing within the self. And one of the things I keep on identifying there has to do with the modality of being able to recognize and identify that one is able to navigate circumstances and situations with a sense of proportionality and strength, right? And what's beautiful about that is, to a certain extent, right? The dream that you had is the energy, and I like to point this out, like already working into the context of the fact that that energy feels like it's healthy, because it's the identification point by which, and I like to point this out, they were giving you pointers, right? They were giving you pointers in the dream space, right? They weren't necessarily telling you what to do, but they wanted to show you something to take into consideration to fortify your own choices. And that had to do, right? And this is you, and this is why it's so important, right? When we can only connect to our guides as well as we're able to face our shadow work, right? Because the first thing that a guide wants to do is help us heal, but we can't heal appropriately unless we're able to recognize and identify our vulnerabilities. And this is effectively the modality by which we see that in the space of the dream, right? In the space of the dream, right? The navigation point of you feeling energetically angry, right? You trying to do something that feels like it's important, right? Feels like it changes something, right? Trying to put that force of application to things to do better, right? And then feeling the energetic weight of others that weren't doing something as sacredly as you, right? And what did you have, right? What did you have in that dream space? You had a flipping the table kind of moment, right? You said to others, you're like, this is terrible. Get out of here, right? Only stay, and you gave an energetic directive in the dream space. You said, only stay if you actually care about the work, right? And what did you see that was happening there? Everybody went away. You said that there were only 5 left, right? There are only 5 left in the dream space. When you said in the dream space, anybody who's actually not here for the purposes by which we're supposed to be here, get out. And there was that guy, right? The guy was like, hey, and you were like, what are you still doing here? Because it was the and I need to point this out, that like it was the energy of celebration, but it was the modality by which another person was trying to say to you, they're like, I'm invested in that too, because when I do something, like, it's a guide that says that when we care about something, right, celebration is also sacred, right? The sacred celebration, that is the identification of being able to honor, right? Being able to do something in a way that feels like it is beautiful, right? Without losing the intention of meaning. And so that's what's beautiful about this here, because it almost says to me that the modality by which you were arriving into that dream space was literally, it wasn't you, right? It wasn't you meeting the guide. It was the guide meeting you and being like, oh, good. Thank God. Thank goodness you're here. Thank goodness you're here. Thank goodness you're here. I've been looking for you everywhere. Looking for you everywhere. Because it's a modal, it's the understanding, right? And this is what I feel like you yourself are working through, right? That the space by which we identify the sacred celebration, right? What is the sacred celebration? It's not the modality by which we say we can't, like we can't, we're doing something, right? We're doing something. We cannot be happy. We cannot be if we're doing something important, we cannot be happy when we do it. Right? It's not the mode, like it's understanding, right? It's understanding that the joy, we find the joy in the journey of moving towards a healthy like in terms of moving towards a healthy manifestation goal, right? And I feel like in a way, like that energy, right? That energy was almost trying to articulate to you and say, I can't be a helpful force if energy is trying to do grave work, right? Right? The energy understanding that if another person sees joy as anathema, right? If somebody sees the distortion point of joy as something that feels like it's not connected to happy, like the space of doing something important, I feel like you are effectively helping to heal that because it's helping another, like it's them coming towards you and saying, I'm invested in that too, right? The sacred celebration and moving towards something that is energetically beneficial, but not losing, right? Not losing the quality of intention by which we do something in the first place, right? And that, like that is only achievable when we're ready to recognize and identify what it is that we're working to heal from. Bottom of the deck on this reading, where my cards go? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Two of cups, and it's upright, right? And it requires, and this is what we understand, right? The requirement point of understanding the journey of the self is the space of being able to identify what feels energetically appropriate, right? It's not looking for direction, it's setting the energetic intention. And the modality by which, and I keep on seeing the modality by which, and this is what's beautiful about it, when we understand the work and the responsibility of that, it's not just the fact that the guides are helping us, we're helping the guides too, right? Because it's a modality of moving towards a collaborative effort. So when we think about that, like, and we think about this, like, this is what's beautiful, like, this is what we talk about having the space of honoring, like the modality of having a guide, right? A guide being the modality of experiencing the collaborative effort by which where everybody is learning something. And this is how we energetically grow, right? We grow together. So I feel like there's something about your own ability, right? Your own ability to be able to navigate, right? Like your own ability to be able to, and it's interesting too, because it has a bit to do with the fact that some of those other dreams that you have, your ability of being able to navigate different modalities, right? Being able to see other perspectives allows you to be able to unify concepts. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see that you're doing right now. And I feel like in a way, the dream space is helping you kind of build that sense of integration as it relates to the holistic approaches that you're finding. Potentially, I keep on seeing, taking something ancestral and being able to do something in a way that feels like it's deeply personal, but also arriving towards, right? Arriving towards the newness, right? Arriving towards the newness of lived experience. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience. And it's interesting too, because I feel like in a way the guide was coming towards you like by way or by means of apology. So I keep on seeing like the energy, like it'd be like like I like the point by understanding, right? Like helping another help, and this is what we do when we care about each other, right? We help each other identify and recognize what's helpful versus what's not. Like this is like that's not, like, You're getting off track. You're getting right. You're getting, and this is what's beautiful, right? Because that is the identification point of like finding, right? Finding that balance, right? And that's the modality by which you're effectively working towards that unification point. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience. Listen, I need to point out, like there are like a good guide will apologize, right? Like a good guide, like, if these messages connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across the apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, dear. And just reading over the comments. And Lucky, thank you for becoming the 109th fan in my fan club. Hi there. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Oh, exciting. You're so welcome, Ivana. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we're also at 89.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. Second call for Angelique. Second call for Angelique. And if Angelique is not here, just a reminder to anybody. Oh, one moment. Okay, we're doing a general. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. And after that, anyone who gets on the list will be the first person read for tomorrow. Okay. And we're doing a general. Can I get, hold on a moment. 4 cards general, please. 4 cards general. Thank you. Got 3 there. And 1 more, please. Oh, and before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the wolf. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. You know, I feel like a strong message that's coming through in this reading is we can't help another person through their own indecisiveness, is what I keep on seeing. And it's really hard because often, you know, And you can usually see somebody that's in this modality and capacity, right? Like it's the space by which, and I keep on hearing, we don't heal. We don't ask each other to heal by perpetually talking through an energetic lack space, is what I keep on getting. And often the space by which another person is talking about the lack space is exactly why there's a lack space in the first place, is what I keep on getting. Because I see a situation and it keeps on saying, like, be energetically wary about someone who perpetually articulates how dissatisfied, how dissatisfied um, they themselves are in relationality to their own energetic experience, right? And it has to do, I keep wondering, it has to do in relationality to what we articulate as complaining, right? Because often when we're complaining, instead of articulating upon what we're trying to energetically restore, right? Um, it can often, like, I want to point this out, it can often create that space, right? Like it can often create that space by which another person, right? We articulate, like we articulate our dissatisfaction. We articulate our dissatisfaction, and then another person, right? Like tries to step forward and help us with it. And what is the first sound that you often hear? Why did you do that? Right? And you go, because you were articulating how dissatisfied you were. And then they're going, I didn't say you could do that. Being like, no, but you were perpetually articulating about how energetically dissatisfied you were. So I was trying to effectively help. I didn't ask you to help, right? And it's awful convenient, right? It's recognizing and understanding the energetic convenience point that that creates for another, because it allows the context of them being able to effectively, like it says, it builds into the false premise of energetic consent by which another person says that they're energetically okay with something until they're not, right? And then suddenly they articulate upon the fact that something that was fine was never there at all, right? And this is why it's so important that we have clear conversations in relationality to how we feel about each other, and also what our energetic intentions are as it relates to relationship. So making sure, I keep on hearing, that there's no making sure that there's no confusion between you and another person in relationality to how you feel versus what they believe is energetically happening, right? The modality by which, and this is what we talk about in relationality to clear intentions, right? The space by which we say, like the space by which we say, I'm very happy the way things are, right? Not building into the context of expecting that something is going to go further, is what I keep on getting. Because I feel like I see somebody, around you carrying a lot of wounds in that way, right? This is often what happens with really guarded energy. Like really guarded energy is often experiencing the wound of another person, right? Somebody being genuinely nice to someone, right? And that niceness, right? The niceness that is articulated upon nice until another person tries to effectively, like, change the nature of something or articulate upon the fact that they desire more. And I feel like it's really hard because, like, and like I keep on seeing, like, this is what we articulate in terms, like, when we're in a healthy space, we never energetically blur the lines of friendship. And that's the truth of it. And unfortunately, like, again, when we're in a healthy world, if we were in a healthy world, there would be no blurring the lines of friendship. But this is often what we articulate in terms of another feeling uncomfortable in the modality of the experience by which they feel that sense of warmth that becomes a demand, right? It's like the warmth that changes in the modality of the expectation or the arrival of another who desires something more. So I keep on hearing, make sure, like, if you're experiencing something that, or you're working with someone with a wound of that capacity, right? The modality of saying to another, like, I am, like, this is like, this is the extent by which I feel, like, this is the extent by which I care about you, right? And the modality by which you articulate the fact that, like, there's that, like, I keep on hearing, the even ground we create that abolishes expectation allows the modality by which we come to know and understand each other deeper. And I feel like that's really energetically important here, because I see, like, I see some kind of valuation point, like, of another that's like working through their own energetic dissatisfaction. And I keep on saying this, and I feel like I'm saying this for a guide. You do not need to be another person's savior in their dissatisfied situation. And in fact, even if somebody feels like they're broadcasting to you that they need that, that's why you step backwards from that, not forwards. Because often the space, right, the space by which another person feels or creates the space of feeling the desire for energetic deliverance, we are not the source of each other's salvation. We help each other see how easy it can be. And then we allow the clarity by which we arrive to each other. And we can arrive to each other in a healthy space by being able to articulate and state our intentions. So if you're doing that work, it's not too much to ask, right? And I keep wondering, but be very conscientious of someone who, like, I keep wondering, be very conscientious of someone who, like, feels like who's in a confused state, right? Or a confused state is a fugue state, right? Which is somebody who's, like, going through the modality of saying how dissatisfied they are with something, right? And feeling the desire to explore something more, but not having the energetic confidence to be able to put words to what it is that they want to articulate upon. So make sure that you yourself are doing that, and don't, you are not, if you see someone confused and they come towards you in a point of confusion, don't let them then articulate that you're the source of confusion in their life, right? Like, often the space by which another person resolved that is the amplification of how far they themselves have come to heal. Bottom of the deck on this reading, absolutely, with this Tower card in its reversal, right? Make sure somebody isn't having, like, make sure someone isn't having boundary issues with you, right? Which is somebody, like somebody who, like someone who, like, confuses you in the space by which one day everything is fine, and then another day they articulate that you've crossed an energetic line, right? When we see somebody with boundary issues, we you step backward and you stay backward, right? You stay away, and it's not the space by which another person tries to get near us, but it's a human ring. It's that boundary issue, right? Like, when we're in a healthy space, the boundaries remain the same. And if they change, we articulate to each other we're changing. It doesn't require us to have to figure out where the boundaries are, right? Day after day. And I keep on seeing this, like, especially, I keep wondering, especially if you're navigating a situation by, like, one day someone's warm and then another day they're absolutely cold, right? That is not your, like, that is literally the sound of someone with a boundary issue, right? That is the modality by which we recognize and identify, and we build into the feeling of energetic stability, right? Not feeling, I keep hearing, like, not feeling swept away by someone's openness, and then the next day arriving and it's like nothing energetically happened, right? Like, that is literally the sound of a boundary issue. And the hard part is it sometimes can feel devastating to us, because it's like, what just happened? I mean, like, like someone without boundaries. And that's a hard part with someone without boundaries. Someone without boundaries, it's not that they'll be too close, it's not that they'll be too far away. It's that you literally can't tell day to day where you're going to find them. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I mean, and again, I think it's interesting because I do feel like you need to give you an animal spirit guide. Yeah, the wren, right? Reliability is the consistency by which we arrive to circumstances, right? It's not something that we can, it's not something that we can demand from another. It's something that we recognize or we build observation and patience towards. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for having that reading with me, dear, and thank you for being here and receiving these messages. If this message also connected to you, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. We have 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Bearing with me, just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I adore your readings, Ivana. They're always interesting. You're welcome, dear. Absolutely. Have a great day, Per. I've definitely been in a situation like that before. Yeah, dissatisfied is where friendship is, due to wanting something more. Happy to read for you that on that fairy. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the next person read for. Communication is important. If someone wants to change a relationship with me, they need to articulate it. Yep, instead of you having to try to understand their actions. Exactly. Beautifully stated. All right, my friends. Final call today for anybody who would like a full reading who has not had one today yet. It's a great time to get on the list. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. Also, final call right now for any of my subscribers who have not had their 1 card pulled today. If you would like to become a super fan, all you need to do is hit that button at the bottom of the screen. Your super fan status entitles you to a 1 card. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to send me a message with a disco gift, and I will send you an invite to the subscriber only disco channel. You can introduce yourself you can introduce yourself there, and in the perk section you'll find a special coupon code for our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court card of the sword suites. If you are not a subscriber and you would like a unique coupon code to that class program, just message me the word class. And if you would like information on our trip, message me the word trip. Final day to be able to pre-register, secure your spot. And also please remember, anyone who pre-registers today will also have an additional $200 discount on the full retreat package. I'll be back on tomorrow at our, I got you, Simp. 1 card for Simp on, housemate. Oh, it feels beautiful. This is 3 of Cups and it's upright. And I think also, again, I think it's interesting. Are they traveling there? Like, it says to me, like, there's something about building into some kind of travel plans or helping somebody with travel plans is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the fire dragon. You know, like I feel like there's something. I feel like there's something interesting there in terms of like it feels to me like there's almost something in relationality there, in relation, like in the space of like like I don't know what this is. Like I feel like you and another person are like healing from the trauma of someone who is like has a lot of emotionality on things is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I feel like it's like I almost see like it almost feels like somebody being very emotional because of the situation that they experienced before, you know? Like having to help someone because like it almost says to me like they're like they're working through a lot of trauma is what I keep on getting, but helping them reaffirm that they're energetically safe or that there's something about that you're building into the space of helping them understand or get their bearings is what I keep on getting. Oh, bookcase. I got you, dear. Do you wanna try one of the other methods? Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I would say just be patient with them because I almost see them like carrying a lot of energetic weight around something. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Nikki. I appreciate you. Yeah, Addie, let me know if you want to try another method, or if you want to give a baby dragon. I'm also happy to do that as well. So just let me know. Just a reminder to anybody joining us, as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list today, yes, we are. Um, if you get on the list once I've come off the live, you'll also be able to be added back. You'll also be able to be the first person read for tomorrow. Addie, you came through, dear. Wonderful. All right, and we've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. If anybody else wants to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hi there, Lucy. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. All right. And Addison, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And we're also at 96.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. I'm not sure if that payment form is working. You can try it, and we... All right, let's get to it. Ooh, hold on a minute. I got you, dear. But I've got the list. If you head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, dear, you'll be able to see all the payment forms I currently take. Oh, okay. Hold on, just reading over bookcase. I like this. I'm deep into this here. Hold on. Partner and I both have South Node, 27 degrees, 12th house, indicating many. Okay, no, I mean that's very. I want to say congratulations and condolences to both of you. Can I please get? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. All right, we're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Oh, let's see here. Jem, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. These are donation-based readings, so it's 3 cards for 29 or more. Almost frog. I like it. Yes, 4 cards, please, for Addison. So there's like a very strong message that's coming through in relationality to the connection that you feel for someone here. And the one thing I want to describe about it is I feel like there's a key benefit that's helping you and another person um, like work through something in a big way. And one of the things I keep on seeing in relationality to it, um, and I want to describe this as um, like like, and you two need to like, you guys, like, there's no doing something like on behalf of the other, is what I keep on getting, right? Like the modality by which another person articulates and says, like, what, like what I do, like what I like, and this is what I keep on hearing with that 27 degrees 12th house situation, right? Like the thing I do now is greater than the energy of like working into the context of being energetically together, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like what's interesting about it is, um, you know, and I think that you probably recognize this too, right? The modality by which you felt like something was energetically missing, that often arrives into the context of understanding and recognizing how easy it can be with someone that is mutually invested as the same dreams that we ourselves are, is what I keep on hearing. Um, the difficulty point that I'm seeing between you and another person um, has a lot to do with feelings of inadequacy, right? Like it's working through I keep wondering, like some kind of feeling of inadequacy. And I keep on getting this. Like whatever that feeling, like, and I'm sure you probably recognize this too. Like I see you working through a feeling of inadequacy that was often placed there by unhealthy counterpart that tried to make you feel like intentionally inadequate, is what I keep on getting, right? Like it's saying to me, like a lot of the work that I see that you and another person have to do is working through all of those modalities by which another person made you feel inadequate, that you then recognize was them trying to see, like that was someone trying to squeeze to see how much they could get from you, right? And I feel like there's something really important in relationality to that, because I see the fact that you're in proportional partnership, right? The ability of being able to identify and recognize how easy it can be with someone that is deeply invested in doing something, as like in giving in the same way that you yourself are capable of. Um, I feel like the hard part about that, and I feel like the hard part about that I keep on seeing is, and I want to, and this is what I keep on getting, like, and I feel like it's interesting because it almost feels to me like the hard part about coming into like it's working through some karmic stuff, but it's not the karma between you both. It's working through the like I almost see like some kind of energy like trying to come back towards you, right? Like this is what I keep on identifying, like someone trying to come back towards you, and trying to, like, it almost feels like the force by which another person, like it's giving me a lot of this, like, give me another chance energy, right? Like somebody who effectively, like you and another person having all of this karma in relationality to energy not appreciating you, and now I see you in connection with someone by which you're flourishing, and another person trying to like articulate upon the fact that they energetically miss you, failing to recognize the fact that they didn't miss you when they had you, right? Like that's often what happens. Like there is energy that is constantly in the state of missing others, and they constantly see somebody putting that active work in terms of building into the healthy partnership. And then I keep on getting the space by which they try to articulate or define the fact that, like, I keep on seeing, like, somebody being like, I almost see somebody saying, like, why weren't you like that when I was with you? Being like, because you treated like that, like treated like the unhealthy treatment that was creating the space by which you were like. And I keep on hearing, like, you have to heal yourself from the retroactive space by which, and I keep on getting this, when we're when we're in an unhealthy environment, we can't hold ourselves accountable for who we become, is what I keep on hearing. Because that person was what protected you in the modality of being in the context of trying to heal. And I feel like the space by which, and that's what I meant in terms of you and another person identifying and healing that inadequacy, right? Is like you fully understanding the shape of the trauma that you both mutually had to heal from, that had those modalities. I keep wondering, this is why you can't hold yourself accountable for who you were in those worst moments. Because I keep on hearing, when you were in your worst moments, who are you protecting yourself from? Right? Like, and that's what I keep on hearing you say to counterpart. And I feel like that is the modality by which I feel like it's heavy, because I often see, like, I see the space by which, like, you wish you could rectify it. But I keep on getting, like, this is the hard part with trauma, right? Like, in order to navigate trauma environments, we often have to become the force of trauma. And that's why when we recognize that, we work to heal, right? We put distance from those environments, right? But we often feel energetically triggered, because it's the trauma often says that, it tries to articulate to us that who we were in our worst moments is who we truly are, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading, no. That's the lie of trauma, right? The lie of trauma is often the energy that tries to articulate and say, I know who you really are, being like, that was not, like, who we are as we're trying to protect ourselves is not our true self, right? That is the energetic self that we needed to become in order to survive something. And so often those modalities, right? I keep on hearing, like, the haunting force of trauma that often feels like it reverberates within the self, that makes us often feel like we're no better than our worst moments. This is a reminder. I feel like this is the space by which you're perpetually potentially having to remind each other that those worst moments were who, like, you had to employ the space of becoming the same, like, the same energy in order to protect yourself from it, right? And often those modalities by which we work to heal is, and the healthy counterpart reminds us of that, right? The healthy counterpart often creates those moments by which we effectively identify and we become, like, this is why we get so protective of our healing journeys, right? Because it's the modality by which we recognize that we're supposed to change, right? And often in the context by which we change in positive ways, and others articulate that they miss the old version of self, is often the amplification of saying, that's exactly right. Somebody missing, like someone missing a version of ourselves that was actually, like, incredibly painful for us to inhabit because we were in survival mode. So I feel like this is the experience by which, I feel like you and another person really helping each other through those experiences. But I keep on hearing, and I think that this is important, right? Healing takes many forms. And sometimes and I keep hearing, sometimes taking ownership of our trauma is powerful too. is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, and there's something important about that, because I almost see you and another person like taking ownership of your own trauma in a way that feels like it's healing. And I feel like even in the modality by which you're working through that, right? Like it says to me, like nobody gets to tell us the shape is of what is healing, right? Beyond ourselves is what I keep on getting. And I feel like even in the space by which you navigate and recognize that, like that is how you move through the world and become the force of healing, right? Because like, and I feel like it's you, like I feel like I see you and another person being very good at being able to notice the nuance, right? You and another person being very good at being able to notice the nuance between something, like something that is positive versus something that is energetically negative, based upon and built upon the intent that we put towards it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We've got one spot left before we close the readings for today, but we have gotten to 100K likes. Thank you guys so much for your support. I am going to be gifting another reading back to the collective. I'm also going to, and again, I'm going to, and thank you again, Addison. You're so welcome, dear. And I feel like you know that, like, it's hard, right? Like, nobody gets to, I keep hearing, nobody gets to throw stones at that house, you know? And you know what I'm talking about. Nobody gets to, not anymore, is what I keep on hearing. I just keep on hearing, nobody gets to throw stones at that house, not anymore, you know? And thank you so much, dear. I'm going to think of a number right now between, so we're going to do the 100K giveaway. Thank you guys so much. I'm thinking of a number between, let's see, I'm thinking of a number right now between, yeah, totally on point. Thank you, dear. It's not easy. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 18. First person I see the post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person to post it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, yes, congratulations. You got the 100K giveaway. That'll be available to you tomorrow. All right, my friends, final call for full readings today, and final call for any super fans who have not had a card pulled today. Just a reminder, today's the last day to be able to secure your spot on our retreat program. In August 8th through 13th, we'll be traveling to Italy to study the tarot in the location by which the tarot was first discovered. I'd love to have you join me. Your deposit today secures your spot in that trip, and you'll also receive a $200 discount today if you secure that spot. If you are interested in learning more about the trip, just go ahead and message me the word trip, and I'll send you the details. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you, send me a disco gift. You have to message me. Message me, JC. Send me see the link? Send me a link. Send me a direct message, and I'll send it to you, okay? If you would like to become a part of the subscriber, if you'd like to join our subscriber-only disco channel, PM me the word disco gift, and I'll send you the invite. And if you'd like to, if you're not a subscriber, would like a coupon code, message me the word class, and I'll send that to you as well. I got you, Estevan. One card. I don't think you did. This is not, it doesn't feel like a misinterpretation. Like, especially with this 5 of Wands. Yeah, especially with the Wheel of Fortune, right? Like, and I keep on seeing, like, we're like I keep on hearing no mixed messages is what I keep on getting, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the frog energy. You know, like it's like it's saying to me, like, when we like I feel like it also says too, like, don't jump to conclusions around something. You know, a lot of things can be happening at once, and I see somebody who's like a lot of energy right now is working through a state of overwhelm. So just being patient, you know, right? Because it's like, and I'm telling you, it's all this Aquarius energy, right? A lot of things happening at once that sometimes requires the space by which another person needs to catch up upon things. So just being conscientious about that. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge that we'll be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you get on the list, if you get on the list today, you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. You'll also be read for before we start the Daily Collective. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.